Forest City Council public hearing will now be called to order. Madam Clerk.
Councilors Kadim,
Here.
Joseph Kamara,
Here.
Stephen Kamara,
Here.
Kilby,
Here.
Lullaby LeBeau. Here. Long,
Here.
Pelletier, Viveras, and President Ponti.
Here, pursuant to the open meeting law, any person may make an audio or video recording of this public meeting or may transmit the meeting through any medium. Attendees are therefore advised that such recordings or transmissions are being made, whether perceived or unperceived by those present and are deemed acknowledged and permissible. This public hearing will now be called to order. As it has been, the first item before us is Joseph Raposa, 166 Arizona Street, requests the removal of an additional 16 feet of curbing to the existing 21-foot driveway opening on the west side of the property facing Arizona Street as follows. The parcel contains a duplex. The existing curb opening serves the residents on the west. Therefore, the petitioner would like to construct a driveway to serve the residents on the east. The proposed work improves access to the property and does not cause a significant adverse effect to on-street parking in the area. However, an existing fence on the petitioner's property obstructs the view of the vehicles approaching Arizona Street and the northwest side on County Street. To provide a safe access when using a driveway, the engineering division is requiring that a fence be removed or lowered to the height of no more than 42 inches for fence along Arizona Street, approaching County Street and around the corner, and 30-foot straight line run along County Street from the corner. Is there any is there a
Motion to open.
Motion to open the public
Yes,
hearing has been
second.
made by Councilor Kadim, seconded by Councilor Stephen Kamara. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Calling all proponents that would like to speak on this matter. All proponents wishing to speak on this matter. Hearing none. Is there any opponents wishing to speak on this matter? Calling all opponents.
Motion to close public hearing?
Motion to close the public hearing has been made by Councilor Kilby, seconded by Councilor Stephen Kamara. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Next item is Gabe T. Rame, 121 Garfield Street, requests the removal of 14 feet 6 inches of curbing to widen their pre-existing 15-foot driveway opening as follows. The driveway does not interfere with utilities or signage and does not have an adverse effect on on-street parking. Work previously completed as part of home construction. Is there a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
Motion to open the public hearing has been made by Councilor Kadim, seconded by Councilor Stephen Kamara. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Is there any proponents wishing to speak on this item? Calling all proponents. Hearing none. Any opponents wishing to speak on this item? Calling all opponents. Hearing none. Motion to close the public hearing would be appropriate.
So moved.
Motion to close the public hearing has been made by Councilor Stephen Kamara, seconded by Councilor Pelletier. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Item 3 is Johnny Torres of 1169 New Hall Street requests the removal of 22 feet of curbing to widen their pre-existing 18-foot driveway opening as follows. The driveway does not interfere with utilities or signage and does not have an adverse effect on street parking. Work was previously completed during sewer repair on this property. Is there a motion to open?
So moved.
Motion to
Second.
open the public hearing has been made by Councilor Kadim, seconded by Councilor Stephen Kamara. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Calling all proponents wishing to speak on this item. All proponents? Hearing none. Calling all opponents wishing to speak on this item. All opponents? Hearing none. Is there a motion to
Move
close
to
the
close
hearing?
the hearing.
Motion to close the hearing has been made by Councilor Stephen Kamara, seconded by Councilor Kilby. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Item 4 is the public hearing for Odette M. Costa, 75 Oak Street, requests the removal of an additional 18 feet 4 inches of curbing to the east side of the property to improve off-street parking access as follows. 75 Oak Street is a multifamily residence that has an existing 22-foot 7-inch driveway opening on the south side of the property facing Bank Street. The proposed work improves access to the property and does not cause significant adverse effect on the on-street parking in the area. A 8-foot 4-inch extension would marginally impact on-street parking by removing a half a car length. Is there a motion to open the hearing?
So moved.
Motion to open the hearing has been made by Councilor Pelletier, seconded by Councilor Kilby. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Calling all proponents wishing to speak on this item. Calling all proponents. Hearing none. Any opponents wishing to speak on this item? Calling all opponents.
Move the hearing be closed.
Motion to close the hearing has been made by Councilor Stephen Kamara, seconded by Councilor Kilby. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Item 5, Kevin Santo, 739 Robeson Street, requests the removal of an additional 13 feet of curbing to the existing 14-foot driveway opening on the east side of the property facing Birch Street as follows. This would allow a car to enter the driveway on Birch Street and exit the driveway onto Robeson Street. The proposed work improves safe egress from the property and does not cause significant adverse effect on on-street parking in the area. The opening would eliminate one on-street parking space.
Move to open the hearing.
Motion to open the public hearing has been made by Councilor Stephen Kamara, seconded by Councilor Pelletier. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Calling all proponents wishing to speak on this item. Calling all proponents. Hearing none. Is any opponents wishing to speak on this item? Calling all opponents. Hearing none.
Move to close the hearing.
Motion to close the hearing has been made by Councilor Stephen Kamara, seconded by Councilor Pelletier. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Next item is the capital improvement plan. The administration to present the capital improvement plan for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2020 through June 30th, 2024. The administration and department heads are prepared to speak as proponents on this item, just for the information. There's a motion to open the hearing. Motion to open the hearing has been made by Councilor Kilby, seconded by Councilor Long. All those in favor? Opposed? The ayes have it. Calling all proponents wishing to speak on this item. Any proponents?
Mr. President.
Councilor C1?
Just through you, I know this is on the Finance Committee agenda, so I think it might just make more sense to have the administration come down so we can have a back and forth with questions. If not, it's just really just open to public statements as a public hearing.
Yeah, I'd be fine with that. It is in our,
I believe it's the last item.
it is item 7, mayor and 5-year capital improvement plan. So the administration will be invited down at that time, so if you want to wait, that's fine. You can make a statement.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's fine.
Come on down and make a statement. Mrs. Sahadi. Thank you.
Good evening, councilors and council president.
Microphone,
Yep.
there we go.
It's on, we're on now. What you have in front of you is the capital improvement plan. The administration and all of the departments worked very hard on putting together a plan which represents the assets or the capital needs of the city going forward for the next 5 years. The beginning part of that capital improvement plan is a little bit of a narrative as to what a capital improvement plan is and what type of assets that we looked into with regard to that plan itself. The first part of the assets that are included in the document itself are infrastructure items that you have previously seen in the report from the Collins Center. That those numbers or those amounts have been updated with information with regard to, or from the estimator that you sent Mr. Gallagher out to receive. Beyond that, you have some capital items, in particular from your larger departments that are here this evening to answer any questions, the police department, the fire department, and the MIS department. In addition, but certainly not last, are assets that are needed by the school department. Those items that are included in this document are also items that you have previously seen in the report from the Collins Center.
Thank you very much. Any further proponents wishing to speak on this item? Calling all proponents. Last call for proponents. Hearing none. Any opponents wishing to speak on this item? Calling all opponents. Hearing none. Motion to close.
Move the hearing be closed.
Motion to close the public hearing has been made by Councilor Stephen Kamara, seconded by Councilor Pelletier. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. To adjourn the
Move to
Public-
adjourn public hearings.
motion to adjourn public hearing has been made by Councilor Stephen Kamara, seconded by Councilor Pelletier. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. We are adjourned. What do we recognize before? Finance? We're going to roll right into finance.
I need a 5 minutes recess.
We're not able, we'll give you 5 minutes before we do finance.
Okay.
5 minutes. Councilor needs 5 minutes. Orver City Council Committee on Finance will now be called to order. Madam Clerk.
Councilors Kadim,
Councilors Kadim.
Joseph Kamara.
Here.
Stephen Kamara.
Here.
Kilby.
Here.
Lullaby LeBeau. Here. Long.
Here.
Pelletier.
Here.
Viveras. President Ponti.
Here. Councilor Viveras did have a previously scheduled commitment prior to tonight's meeting being scheduled, so Councilor Viveras won't be joining us this evening. Pursuant to the open meeting law, any person may make an audio or video recording of this public meeting or may transmit the meeting through any medium. Attendees are therefore advised that such recordings or transmissions are being made, whether perceived or unperceived by those present, and are deemed to be knowledge and permissible. First item on our Committee on Finance agenda is citizens' input, 3 minutes per person. Welcome to the council chambers, Dawn Martin of 301 Milliken Boulevard regarding housing.
Good evening, Council President and members of the council and anyone in attendance. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. My name is Dawn Martin, and I live at 301 Milliken Boulevard. I have been a resident of Riverview Towers for 30 years. My mother and I moved in July of 1988, shortly after the loss of my father. It was somewhere he had always wished to live, so to choose to move was an easy choice to make at the time. It was the beginning, a new beginning for both of us. In the years since, it has seen many events, good, bad, and everything in between. It became much more than a new beginning. It became a place to make a life. To some people, this may just be an apartment, but to me and many others, it is a home. A home in which many of us will not be able to afford to remain in unless we get help. Without your help, I believe that many residents will be displaced within the next 2 years. This includes many seniors, disabled persons, and veterans, with a chance of even more residents to not being able to afford to remain after the 2 years. We will have no place to go and face the real reality of homelessness. We hope that you will hear and understand our dire situation and can help us to remain in our homes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next person to sign up to speak is Virginia Martin of 301 Milliken Boulevard regarding housing.
Good evening. My name is Virginia Martin, and I live at 301 Milliken Boulevard. I have been a resident there for 20 years. It's also known as Riverview Towers. I moved there for several reasons. The first, I grew up in the Ridge Street, Cottage Street area and lived with my parents, my mother, and my father, who was the late City Councilor Leo Martin, and my sisters. This was a close destination to my old home. I also moved because of the location. It's downtown, and I had to think in the future as to when I aged and I was no longer going to be able to drive, was I going to be able to get transportation, public transportation easily, which living at Riverview Towers, I just have to go out the door and I'm on Milliken Boulevard and there's the bus. And another thing, too, security. Security was a big thing. When you're a single lady and you need to have security, you don't want to move into a building and not know anybody that's going to come in and be afraid. So there was security at this building. There still is security at this building, and we are very happy to have it, even though it's not as many hours as we'd like, but it's still security. And nobody gets in unless they have to be called a tenant. But the biggest part of what our problem is and why we're all here tonight is affordability. I moved to Riverview Towers for affordability. I was newly retired, and I had to know how far my money was going to take me. And Riverview Towers was affordable. It still is affordable. Many of us are subsidized. I, for one, am subsidized. But we don't know how long the subsidy is going to last. And we've been hearing all these rumors about changing the apartments in that building and making them market rate. Well, market rate would be too tough for us because we're all on fixed incomes. And we have to look to see how much these market rates are going to be. And we need to have something that is affordable. We cannot go market rate. And with the cost of apartments, it's very, very difficult for us senior citizens. And if we think about it, if we had to move because they were all made market rate, where are we going to go? What are you going to do with 200 people? You don't know? We don't know. And it makes it very, very hard. So therefore, we came tonight looking for your support to help us keep our building affordable. And we don't know. We've tried. We've had very, very good people telling us what we should do. But this we decided we should do on our own. And very fortunately, we decided that we would come because the counselor in the second seat was at our meeting, and he said if we would like to come, we were very welcome to come and address the council. That is why we're here, and we do have a good turnout, as you can see. On behalf of the Tenants Council at Riverview Towers, I would like to thank you all for allowing us to come in and to state our case to you, and we hope that we have won your support to help us live in an affordable building. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You're always welcomed. Linda May Pitsley of 301 Milliken Boulevard regarding housing.
Good evening. I'm not as elegant or as graceful as Ms. Martins is, but I'm going to do my best. I'm here because I'm the president of the Tenants Association at Riverview Towers, and we're fighting to stay into our homes. I, for one, was one of the first rounds of having my home foreclosed after many years of living there and raising my children, because I could no longer keep up with payments after working 2 jobs to keep a home. I went looking in Fall River for a home that I could call my own again, an apartment that I could afford. Found one, and all of a sudden, as the years went by, it just kept going higher and higher and higher. And someone at Riverview Towers offered me an apartment down there. So I went, and I thought I died and went to heaven, because it is the most friendly building I've ever been in. We're a family at Riverview Towers. We're not just single apartments that people live in. We're families. We get together for birthdays. We celebrate. We've fought a hard fight for the last 2 years trying to keep our building affordable. It didn't work. And now we're there and we have nowhere else to go. We've been to the Housing Authority. We've been everywhere we can think to go to. This is kind of like a last resort for all of us. And I don't only represent myself here tonight. There are 30 of us in the audience here tonight. And we're all here because if we don't get the people we feel are important here in Fall River, and that's you people sitting behind those, I want to say desks, to hear us, nobody's listening to what we have to say. And we're trying to do it calmly, respectfully, and I wrote down things that I should have said. I know I only have 3 minutes, so I'm trying to tell you from my heart why we're here. There's 72 of us that were Section 13As. Now that we know that mortgage is no longer in effect. We know this. And that's what we fought for 2 years. But there has to be somewhere someone can hear our pleas to help us to stay in our apartments. That's all we're asking. We're not asking for a fight. We're not asking to put down anybody that owns the building now. He owns the building outright. We know this. But there has to be somewhere for us to go. And if the Housing Authority is telling us, no, we don't have anything for you, in 2 years after this 13A is done, and they go up 5% each year for 2 more years on us, I won't be able to stay in my apartment. And for me, that'll mean I'll be out on the streets. Now, I'm 71 now. So I'm asking for help, and I don't know who else to ask except to come before the city council where you're representatives of the people of Fall River. And so if we can get even one or two of you to hear our plea and work with us, that's all we're asking. So I thank you for listening to us. I thank you. I thank all the people that came from Riverview Towers tonight to be here. And I don't know what else to say, except please hear my plea.
Thank you very much. Next person to sign up is Michael Kane regarding housing. I don't have an address.
Motion to waive the rules.
Motion to waive the rules has been made by Councilor Joseph Kamara, seconded by Councilor Pelletier. All those in favor? Opposed? The ayes have it. Mr. Kane, can you please just give us your address, please?
Sure. I don't live in Fall River. I
No
live
problem.
in Boston at 43 Glen Road in Jamaica Plain. I'm the director of the Mass Alliance of HUD Tenants. We're a statewide tenants organization, and the Riverview Towers Tenants Organization is one of our member groups, and we've been working with them for the past year. We were involved at about 20 years ago at then Milliken Apartments, which became Ships Cove. We worked with the tenants group there and Barney Frank to win several $1 million to fix that place up. And it's still there and still affordable to the people who live there. The crisis that you just heard about affects there are 200 people, elderly and handicapped people, at Riverview Towers. The state mortgage actually covered all 200 of them, and that mortgage ended a year ago. And under a state law, there is, as you just heard from Linda Pitsley, there are limitations on how much rents can go up for 2 more years, but after that, there's no limitation at all. In the building, the state tried to make a deal work for the last several years. That deal fell apart a year ago. The building has recently been purchased by a developer named Ed Juki, and he actually called us last Friday, and he is committed to keeping the building affordable if we can come up with subsidy resources from the state and/or city to make that feasible. So the tenants organization proposed a resolution, which I think you have before you. I want to thank Councilor Kamara for taking that last Friday and bringing it before the council. I really want to thank all of you for letting us speak tonight. But in brief, what we're asking is for the council to convene a public hearing through the appropriate committee, housing or whatever appropriate committee, in the next week to bring all the parties, the tenants organization, Mr. Juki, who's agreed to come, the state agency that cut off negotiations with him last summer. He was trying to get subsidy resources from them to prevent displacement, and they cut that off. We're going to ask the elected officials, Representative Sylvia and Senator Rodericks, to get them to come down here. And we're going to invite them to come as well. The idea is to get everybody in this chamber before your committee to say what we're trying to do. And at this point, the owner is saying he supports the tenant's plan. If he's willing to keep everybody there and keep at least half of the building affordable for the future, as long as we can get subsidies from the city and state. The Housing Authority should also be invited. They do not have the subsidies that they had a year ago. At that time, they had 150 what were called project-based vouchers, which were being considered at the building. They are gone, but the Housing Authority does have a turnover of about 10 subsidies a month. So over a period of time, if we could get an equal commitment from the Housing Authority and the state, we could probably make this work. But make no mistake, unless we get this to happen,
15 seconds.
People will be out in the street in about 2 years. That's when the rent limitations are gone. Mr. Juki is a for-profit owner. His restrictions will be gone at that point, and he's got money to make. So if we can get the subsidies, he can make his money, and the tenants can avoid displacement. And there are about 90 that are at greatest risk that do not have Section 8 subsidies now. They're in these 13A mortgage apartments, and they're the ones where the rents are going to go up the most.
Thank you, Mr. Kane.
Motion, Mr. Kane, do you have anything else to add?
I'm sorry?
Is there a motion to waive the rules?
Add motion to waive the rules.
Motion to waive the rules has been made by Councilor Joseph Kamara, seconded by Councilor Kilby.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. You can finish, Mr. Kane.
Well, I was essentially finished. We're asking the council to vote on this resolution, give a committee hearing sometime next week, bring all the parties together, including the Housing Authority, and invite the public. It's something we'd want the people running for mayor to weigh in on as well. So that's what we're asking.
Council in seat 4, Councilor Kilby.
If we vote to schedule a public hearing tonight, is there a time limitation that has to?
We're hoping that would be sometime next week to get all the parties.
Councilor, hold on one second. Councilor, just so you know, Councilor in seat 2 did file a resolution, and the purpose of that resolution, just so you know, is to refer it to a committee, which I believe he chairs. So I'll recognize Councilor in seat 2 for the point of information. Councilor in seat 2?
His point on public hearing is to have a committee meeting. That's what
Yeah.
it means. He doesn't
Right,
mean
that's
official
correct.
public hearing. He means that we hold a hearing in the committee, which I chair, and we will schedule it for next week. I don't know if there would be enough time to have everybody invited to come to it, though. That's the only problem.
Well, the owner is expecting a hearing that week. The tenants are expecting it. We would need your help inviting the Housing Authority, and we'll contact the state elected officials to try to get DHCD is the key agency we need to get down here. And we'd want to invite Senator Rodericks in particular. He's the new chair of Senate Ways and Means. So his support for this plan would go a long way to getting attention from the state.
Chances are it'll probably be Wednesday.
I'm sorry?
Chances are it'll probably be Wednesday.
Wednesday would work, I think. Does that work for?
But the council will indicate to everybody, the clerk will indicate to everybody and invite all proper people, Mr. Kane, at that time, and if you'd like to be invited, just state you leave your name and address with the clerk, and we'll make sure you get an invitation for that
Great,
that
thank
meeting.
you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very
Council
much.
seat 4, you yield?
I yield back just
Thank-
the privilege of public hearing.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No problem. Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you, Mr. Kane.
Thank you.
Next person assigned to speak is Edward Avila, 475 Tower Street, Fall River.
My name is Edward Avila. I've been a resident in Fall River all of my life, which is 76 years old. I have 46 years of public service, 17 years and 8 months on the Fall River Fire Department, most of that time as a lieutenant on Rescue 1. 28 years I have served as a constable. I have served for over 80 law firms. I have served for 5 judges, including our corporation counsel, the Honorable Judge Macy. I served for a number of mayors in the city.
Mr. Avila, could you bring your mic a little closer to you so we can hear you? Thank you so much.
All right. Judge Macy did call me into his office to serve numerous civil processes. And I was very honored when he told me that I was the person to do the right job correctly. I've also served for the Honorable Milt Silva, the Honorable John O'Neill, John Son, the magistrate at the district court, the Honorable Thomas McGuire, also his dad, and a lawyer in Somerset that you have to work very meticulously to serve for, which was Stephen Sabra, whose wife just retired as a judge. I believe the councilors all have a packet in front of them. If you go to page 1 in that packet, that's the packet that I delivered to the professional standards at the police department. At the bottom of that packet, you'll see where Chief Dupere has signed the approved with a check mark. Does everyone see that? The second page I want to read was a letter I got from the city, the mayor's office. I'd like to read that. Dear Mr. Avila, thank you for your interest in the position of the Massachusetts Constable, period. Unfortunately, comma, we are unable to make the appointment at this time. Now, I believe that letter speaks for itself, because the first thing that went through my mind was there wasn't any cause. A cause would be, in lawyers' terms, a reason. So the only reason that I could think of...
15 seconds. Is there a motion to waive the rules, Council?
Motion to waive the rules.
Motion to waive the rules has been made by Councilor Vice President LeBeau, seconded by Councilor Kilby. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Mr. Avila, you can continue.
Thank you. The only reason that I could think of was that this mayor is vindictive, because I worked in the general election against him. I also worked for the recall group against him. And with an unblemished record, it's the only thing that I could come up with. I believe this mayor has taken away my constitutional right to work for whoever I want. And also, on my application at the police department, they ask you for a reason why you want to be a constable. And part of the reason that I wanted to be a constable was not only to serve the public, but also to add income for my family and myself. Now, I'd like to bring to the attention to the councilors. You have a packet in front of you. It reads, "The City of Fall River Mass General Law Acceptances." And if you look at all the acceptances, you see the columns that are marked dated, every one of them. You look down at Chapter 4191, and you see where it says constables. You look across, there's nothing on that line. It has never been accepted. That's my judgment. The next page is 91, constable appointment and removal in cities. 91, in a city in which the city council accepts this section or has accepted corresponding provisions of earlier laws, constables shall be appointed by the mayor for terms not exceeding 3 years. We have to go the first Monday in February. It runs to 3 years to the Monday, 3 years following in February. I think the council has a right to at least put in what they believe that they should appoint, not one person that can wipe out 46 years of my public service with his pen. So I think the council should look at some type of a change in that order, because it says that they can accept. With that, I want to thank everybody
Thank
for
you.
listening.
Mr. Avila, if you can hold for a moment, a couple of councilors raised their hand. Councilor in seat 4, Councilor Kilby.
Thank you. I very seldom comment during citizens' input, but I think I'm qualified to make some comments here tonight, Eddie. I met you 25 years ago. Be specific, I was doing an internship with Judge Macy. And your reputation in this city is impeccable. You are probably singularly the #1 respected constable in the legal community in Bristol County. I've utilized you myself.
Thank you.
And for full disclosure, I do know you. We've had a relationship, friendly relationship, for many, many years. And if you're saying, or your instincts are correct, and you think the reason is vindictiveness, which, quite frankly, I tend to believe you, because I'm not going to divulge some facts that I am aware of. It's despicable that a mayor would exclude you from your profession, your part-time profession, and would exclude your family from that income arbitrarily for revengeful purposes. And give no reason. as to why. But I can speak from experience, as I said. You give me advice when I need advice. When I go into a courtroom, a clerk's office, and I have some procedural questions, and they look at who's providing my service of process, they said, well, did you ask Eddie? You're just wonderful. You're a credit to the service that you provide this community.
Thank you.
So I'm in full support of you being here. I'm in full support of you and getting your just remedy and being reinstated as a constable. How many mayors have you served under
I believe
with
it
the
started
3-year
with
renewals?
Carlton Viveras, Ed Lambert. I know the most recent ones were Mayor Correa, Mayor Flanagan. It goes back too far, too fast. The Honorable John Mitchell. But I am a fighter. I don't take
I
it
know you
lying
are.
down. What is right is right. You have the choice to work for who you want to work for, politically or not. And I have contacted the ACLU, and they've been in correspondence with me at least 3 different occasions. But that's down the road. I can't wait that long. I don't want to wait that long. Matter of fact, I do services yet under the law. Under a disinterested person, I can serve notices, I can serve subpoenas, and I can serve domestic relations summons. But there's certain things that I can't serve that I do want to serve, especially in Fall River, and that's summary
Yeah,
process summonses.
And it's truly a little family, I wouldn't call it a business, but it is, I mean, your wife's involved.
Yes.
She picks up the phone, she.
24 hours a
and
day.
you-
she is.
I'm sure you feel like you lost, one of your arms, because I know you
Certainly do.
truly enjoy your work and what you do. And again, I'm not going to go on, but if it's true what you're saying, and I tend to believe you, because I think it's happened more than once in this community with this mayor, it's despicable. It
Thank
really
you.
is. So I yield.
Thank you. Counselor in seat 7, Counselor Pelletier.
Thank you. I think the mayor has done you a terrible injustice. It's to think about, you're running for mayor, and then a guy like you that's got a record, that you work for so many mayors, and you work for the city of Fall River 40 years, and he decides that, ooh, we don't want you no more. I was there at the Doolin Apartments when a little scuffle broke, and they sent 3 cruisers there
That's correct.
to try to quiet things down and everything. It was a word of war between everybody. You have a right, like everybody else, to support whoever you want to support. And what the mayor has done to you is totally wrong. The only one who's got it right is the chief of police. He knows you,
Right. That is correct.
and he knows you done right. And I don't know, to the clerk, is there any way we as councilors can overturn this? Mrs.
Counselor,
Madam
it's
Clerk?
the mayor's appointment.
What's that?
It's a mayoral appointment.
So it'd have to come off the mayor. But, I think it's a terrible thing as far as I'm concerned. You've been all over the city, worked for many, many people. It's a slap in the face. And I don't know if it would help if we sent a letter from the council, if they want to send a letter to the mayor, saying, hey, what are you doing here? I mean, this guy, there's no reason why you should get rid of him. No reason why whatsoever. And like I said, running for mayor, that's not too good. That's not good at all. If I was running for mayor and I had a beef with you, I'd quiet you down here. Take what you need, that's it, and that's it. But it only makes you a little stronger, a little madder, and that's why you're here. And I think he's got the message tonight. And if we can send a letter, maybe he'll change his mind. With that, Mr. President, I yield.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor in seat 5, Counselor Vice President LeBeau. Question was answered. Anything further? Counselor in seat 6, Counselor Long.
You already forgot about me?
No, not at all.
No, I'd just like to state that I also have a relationship with Mr. Villa, goes back many years. Haven't always been on the same side of issues, but I want to attest for his veracity and him as a person and a citizen in the city of Fall River. His family's a wonderful family. I've known many of I knew his brother very well. And I just want to say this is definitely a disservice and a terrible, terrible, terrible thing that's been thrown upon Mr. Villa at his age, and for all the times that he's served this community. It's just crazy that this even has to come to this. It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. I'll support sending a letter or whatever we need to do, but this has to be writing. I yield.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I think two councilors have raised a point to write a letter to the mayor. If you could prepare that letter on behalf of Councilor Pelletier, so far Councilor Long, as well as myself, any other councilors, Council Vice President LeBeau.
I'm sorry, could we request a reason?
Councilor in C4,
I'm sorry.
can you just get your microphone on?
Could we request a reason as to why he wasn't reinstated, please, in the letter?
In the letter. And also urge him, I believe the consensus so far has been to urge the mayor to reconsider such action. Thank you very much. Councilor in seat 3, Councilor Kamara.
I've refrained from participating in this discussion. Mr. Avila is my primary server of papers when needed. So I have a long relationship going back not only with Mr. Avila, but his father before him when I worked at CFC back in the early 1970s. So my relationship is long with the family and certainly with Ed, who has done much work for me and for my brother. In fact, as an attorney, you've done much work for him as well. On advice of counsel, I did speak with Corporation Counsel, and because of my longstanding relationship with Mr. Villa, it was advised that I not participate in any votes. So I just wanted to, for the record, state that my reason for not participating in any unified effort is not because of any lack of respect, but it's because of advice of counsel.
Fair enough. Madam Clerk, we have a consensus so far at this point of Councilor Pelletier, Councilor Long, Council Vice President LeBeau, Councilor Kilby, Councilor Kamara, and Councilor Kadim, as well as myself, who are on board with supporting a letter going to the mayor. If you could draft that letter and get all of their signatures, that'd be great. Councilor in seat 2, Councilor Kamara.
Thank you. I just want to say for the record that I know Mr. Avila as well, although I've never used him to serve anyone any papers. I've never had to serve papers, and I've never been served any papers. But I do know Mr. Avila and his community. I know his wife as well. I know where they live. And I've never heard anyone mention something bad about him, and I don't know why this is happening, and it's unfortunate. But I do want to put my name on that letter as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor in seat 1, Councilor Kadim.
Thank you, Mr. President. To be quite frank, I know Mr. Avila as well, I mean, just in passing, but I think at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if we know Mr. Avila or not. I mean, it could happen to somebody that we did not know. Fact of the matter is that he served 40-some years or whatever years he has been doing this, and has only received a letter basically saying that at this appointment, at this time, they're unable to make the appointment. I think at a minimum, there should have been some type of reasoning behind this. And just for clarification, the general law, chapter 41, section 91, states that the city council has to accept this section. And that just means that we have to accept the Massachusetts general law, and then it allows the mayor to make the appointments for constables, but not to exceed 3 years. But at the end of the day, the city council, through its ordinances, can make restrictor laws in place as long as we're not more lenient than what the state allows. So there's nothing prohibiting us as an ordinance committee to change the city ordinance that would require that any constable appointments be ratified by the city council, similar to all other ratifications, to ensure that there are no political injustices that are being done on individuals because you either agree with somebody's political philosophies or not. I think this is just bad business across the board. I think this is why the city council has spoken highly about the mayor resigning from the office. This is why the citizens of Fall River are asking for a recall. This isn't the way business needs to be done. And I, for one, on top of the letter being sent to the mayor asking for a reasoning behind it, I mean, we've got Kathy Ann, who is here, that serves the administration. I'd be willing to call her down and ask her what the specific reason is as to why we have not seen a reappointment for the constables. And I don't know if she has that information.
Motion to,
Mr. President, just point of order. This is a mayoral appointment.
Yeah.
This isn't a city administrator appointment.
thank you.
With
You know,
all
we-
with
the
all
co-
due
the
respect to
council
Counselor in
has its-
C3,
Council has its issues. I'm not
with all
diminishing the issues. But
Councilman C1?
Thank you. With all due respect to Council in C3, it's a mayoral appointment. The city administrator is here on behalf of the mayor. She comes down before this council every single meeting to represent the administration. Now, all of a sudden, because I ask her, she's standing there, I ask her to come down and give a justification to the gentleman that's at the table. It's not appropriate because it's a mayoral
There's a motion to
appointment.
waive, there's a motion to waive the rules that's been made by you, seconded by Councilor Kilby. Any further discussion on the motion to waive the rules? Ask city administrator to come down.
Roll call.
Hearing none. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to waive the rules to invite city administrator to the table.
Councilors Kadim?
Yes.
Joseph Kamara?
No.
Stephen Kamara?
No.
Kilby?
Yes.
Lullaby LeBeau?
Yes.
Long?
Yes.
Pelletier?
Yes.
Viveras? And President Ponti?
Yes. Madam City Administrator?
I believe the question to me, Council, was if I was aware of any justification
Or
or the
specific
mayor's...
reasoning.
Pardon me?
Or specific reasoning
I am not.
to the non-appointment?
No, I have not discussed this with the mayor. The mayor makes these appointments, and I'm not aware of any reasoning that I could offer to you.
Okay. And Corporation Counsel hasn't shared any reason either?
No, he has not, no.
All right. That was simple enough. I don't understand what the heartache was, but with that, I'm also going to be filing a resolution to refer this matter to the ordinance committee so that we can amend the ordinances accordingly. With that, I yield.
Thank you, Councilor. Anything further? Hearing none, thank you, Mr. Villa. Next person to sign up to speak is Justin Santos,
Thank you. Have a good evening.
29 Foster Street, regarding the AFSCME contract. Is there a motion to waive the rules outside of citizens' input time? Motion to waive the rules has been made by Councilor Long, seconded by Councilor Pelletier. All those in favor? Opposed? The ayes have it. Mr. Santos?
Good evening, councilors. I'm here tonight on behalf of AFSCME Local 3177. As you're aware, our collective bargaining agreement is before you to vote on. We just wanted to come down, let you know that the bargaining team is here tonight, as well as many of our members, to show our approval of this agreement. We're very proud and excited for what we were able to come up with. Some of the things we did come up with were wage increases for many of the departments that haven't seen wage increases in a long time, as well as many of the positions that the city is unable to fill or maintain workers with. So I just wanted to come down, respectfully ask for your approval tonight for this contract. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next person to sign up to speak is Jim Gibney, 34 Merritt Street, regarding the public library.
Thank you, Council President, and members of the City Council. It's been a long time since I've been before this august body, and I'm a lifelong resident of the city of Fall River and a 44-year educator, including tenure as Assistant Superintendent and Superintendent of the Fall River Public Schools. When I was 7 years old, my mother put myself and my brothers with her on a bus on Bay Street and took us to the library because we were all old enough to sign our names so that we would be able to qualify to get library cards. For the past 65 years, I have been a very active member of the public library. And for the past 5 years, the only thing I asked when I retired as an educator is to be able to continue my lifelong love of reading. In fact, one of my philosophies as superintendent was I didn't want only teachers to teach kids how to read. I wanted to have them instill in the young people of Fall River the quality of being a lifelong reader. And that was the only reason why I asked to be appointed to the Board of Trustees of the library, and I've been in that position for 5 years, and will hope to continue, if appointed by future mayors, to serve in that capacity. We are facing a significant crisis at the library, and we have been facing it for several years, and that is need to deal with the roof situation. Over the past 5 years, we have had several professionals come in and several roofers come in and do patchwork at the library. During my tenure as superintendent, I had to deal with the problems of the roofs at both Durfee High School and Talbot Middle School, and had professional engineers and roofing work come in and talk with us about the need, after 20 years or so, of a new roof. Our library is over 125 years old. It had a major renovation in the mid-1990s, which means the roof is approximately 25 years old. And once again, roofing people will tell you, once a flat roof, which the library has, is over 20 years, it's going to need some major work. And there are so many leaks in that library, and we don't know what the subroof looks like, that it's my opinion, amongst many others, that we need a new roof. We have an outstanding staff at the library. In fact, tonight, our librarian, head librarian, Leanne Verville is here. Our chairman of the Board of Trustees, Ron Capelin, is here. And a member of the Board of
15
Trustees,
seconds.
Kathleen.
Motion to waive the rules has been made by Councilor Long, seconded by Council Vice President LeBeau. All those in favor? Opposed? The ayes have it. You can continue.
Thank you, Councilor. And we also have Kathy Clonkin, who is a member of the Board of Trustees, here also to support this effort. We have an outstanding staff at the library. We welcome you to come and visit, and some of you have, and to notice the various programs that are ongoing. It's unfair that our 20 or so employees face mold on a daily basis, don't know what they're going to see after a long weekend, with the leaks in that library ceiling, and therefore I am representing the library and requesting that you take this seriously and that you find a way to give us a new roof. You are the professionals, along with the administration, and would know the best way to, in fact, come up with monies for this new roof. Leanne and I went before the Conservation Group, and we left there very excited, hoping that after they had voted unanimously to approve monies for a new roof, that it would proceed. Unfortunately, it's been held up, but again, we will leave it to you. But once again, I would request, on behalf of everyone connected with the Fall River Public Library, and I'm surprised there has not been more of an outcry from historical people in this community and cultural people that recognize the value of probably the most beautiful and oldest building in the city, that just with this roof would continue to be able to serve the thousands and thousands of people in Fall River that benefit from that library. And this is something that should not be put off any longer. Thank you for listening to me, and I appreciate how difficult your jobs are in dealing with very limited money. But please, this is something that we cannot put off any longer.
Thank you. Councilor in C7, Councilor Pelletier.
$375,000, that's not for a whole new roof.
Yes, it is.
For a whole new roof?
Yes.
Well,
Yes.
You know,
Leanne,
that building,
Yes.
yeah. So, you know, for $375,000 with the jewel that we have, I don't think it should have been leaking for the last, what, 2 years, 3 years?
More than that.
That's ridiculous. And you got my support here tonight, whatever I certainly have to do, make sure you get the money. And if I gotta go up there and bang it in, I'll go up there and give you a hand.
We might take you up on that, Counselor.
With that, I yield. Thank you.
Counselor in C2, Counselor Kamara.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. Gibney, thank you. You know how I feel about you. I think the world of you. I think you want to thank you for all your service in the school department.
Thank you.
Wonderful superintendent. I remember the last thing you said when you left the superintendent, you were in this chamber, is that this council never denied you a penny when you came and asked for money for the school.
That's
department.
correct. I still stand by
Proud to
that.
serve on the council back then, and you did a wonderful job.
Thank you.
Just want to let you know, though, Mr. Gibney, you know that I was up on that roof. And I know you said it's a flat roof just now. It's not a flat roof. It's a steep pitch roof.
But it's not a roof, you know, that
It's
was
completely
up.
different from Durfee High School.
Yeah.
It's a steep pitched roof. The problem that the roof is having is in both drains next to the chimneys. I was up there with two other individuals. I'm a certified rubber roof individual. My company sent me to Beloit, Wisconsin to get certified in rubber roofs about 10 to 12 years ago. So I know a little bit about rubber roofs. The people I were up there with, the two individuals, also know a little bit about rubber roofs. The problem that we're having is around two drains in the corners of the building. I was inside the building with Leanne. She walked me inside that building. I don't believe you need an entire new rubber roof for $325,000. And if we can address the issues that they're having there wasn't patchwork done. It was probably done this time of year, which is the worst time to work on rubber roofs. You can't fix the rubber roofs this time of year. There's snow on the roof right now. It's impossible. The weather conditions don't allow for it to adhere properly. So you have to look at it in a responsible way. We can fix it today, and we'll have to fix it again next year because it's not done properly. So I just want to let you know, there's other avenues that we can fix and look at those two drainage problems that we're having, because they're just in two corners next to the drains and the chimneys for a lot less expensive and save the taxpayers an awful lot of money. I agree with you. Well, actually, you said it's probably one of the most beautiful buildings in the city. I think it is the most beautiful building in the city. That building is amazing architectural inside and outside. So I don't want that inside of that building to get damaged any more than you do. I want to protect it. But there's things that we can look at to fix the problems that we're having there for a lot less money than what we're looking to spend now. The roof's quality, if it was fragile and needs to be repaired, I'd be the first to tell you it was fragile, needs to be repaired. But looking at that roof, from on top of the roof, as I did last week, we have other solutions that we can put in for a lot less money, and I'm willing to give them a chance. It's leaking today, it's gonna leak tomorrow if it rains. We're gonna look at the issue, see exactly where it's coming from, and try to identify it and stop it from leaking. This is not uncommon to a lot of rubber roofs like this. It happens. Sometimes the patchwork that's done isn't done correctly, and it causes it to continue to leak. And someone who doesn't understand it will think there's a leak here and there's a leak there. The roof needs to be redone, but the entire roof does not need to be redone.
With all due
I agree with
respect,
you.
with all due respect to you, Councilor Camaro,
Yeah.
and you know I have tremendous
Of course.
amount of
Friends.
respect to you, for you. We've had significant people who know also, like yourself, know a lot about roofing, go up and look at that roof and have come in and looked at the inside ceiling, and they have, to the last man, told us that we need a new roof. Because once you pick up the roof that's there, we have no idea what the subroof looks like. We do know, though, for sure, that there are significant ceiling problems there that are ongoing.
Right.
By putting in a new roof and not continuing with the patchwork effort, with all good intentions that have been done, we will resolve this issue once and for all. It's spending little money, the $375,000 we're asking, and again, we leave it to you as to where that money comes from. For $375,000, we will restore that library, and I'm glad that you agree with me, Counselor, that it is one of the building marvels of the city of Fall River. Above it, it says the People's University. We want it to continue as the People's University. We beg you to do this. We recognize it can't be done right now, but maybe by the spring, we can do the planning and get the construction quickly off the ground. However, our feeling is on our side that it does need a new roof.
I understand your feeling exactly. If I was looking at it as you, I'd feel the same way. I just want to ask one question. Do you know the name of the individual that says we need a new roof? I'd like to find out, maybe the city must know if you don't. But I want to talk to this individual who
We
is
can,
saying.
we can find
I
that.
just want to have a conversation with him.
We can get that information for you.
That's awesome. Thank you, Mr. Gibney, I appreciate it. And once again, wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor in seat 6. Counselor Long?
When was the last time the roof was completely redone?
I believe around 1995, thereabouts, is my understanding.
That was a peel off and?
No, Leanne?
It was in 1986 the roof was.
Okay.
We had ongoing issues in June of 1986.
Do you want to come down and?
Motion to waive the rules. Motion to waive the rules has been made by Counselor Kadim, seconded by Counselor Pelletier. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
Good evening. I'm Leanne Verville, the library administrator. It was June of 1986 is when the roof was completely installed. It's a rubber roof. By November of 1986, I found correspondence saying that the roof was leaking. In 98, the city,
I'm sorry, can you just repeat that? June of 96?
June of 96 is when the roof was completed.
Yeah.
In November of the same year, 86, I'm sorry, in November of 86, leaks have already started.
So it wasn't a year old?
It wasn't even a year old.
So
So it's been an ongoing issue. In 1998, the DPW did some major patching, and it's been patched nonstop.
by DPW?
Whoever
I
they
understand.
have,
No, no,
they
I-
could
I-
subcontract it,
I
I wouldn't know.
I get you. All right.
Counselor in seat 6, you have the floor.
So that was 1986?
Right. Yep.
That's
In
unbelievable.
June of 86 is when the roof was installed.
And it was leaking 6 months after they put it up.
Correct.
I just want to let you know that I'm in favor of completely tearing that roof off. I believe what Mr. Gibney says, taking a look at the subroof, fixing the subroof, and also any damages inside, we should address those right away. And I'm completely in favor of that. The problem that we were having here was an issue with the funding. We were going to use CPA funds. We don't believe we should be using CPA funds. I don't believe we should be using CPA funds. We do have money to take care of this. It's another, so there's a little bit of a discussion as to what bucket do we go to pull the money out of. But I'm in favor of absolutely maintaining these buildings. One of the things that aggravates me daily is when we find city buildings and city property that's not maintained properly and is just left in disrepair, and that disrepair just adds to more disrepair and more problems as we go down the road. So I'll just let you know that I'm completely in support of not tearing that whole roof off, looking at the substructure, fixing any problems with the substructure, and any issues inside the building itself. So I'm completely behind that, and I will support that as long as I'm sitting here as a councilor. So I just want to let you know. I yield.
Thank you. Anything further? Thank you.
Just
Oh, Counselor in seat 4,
Yeah,
Counselor
just
Kilby.
quickly, I don't want to be redundant, but absolutely right, it's a no-brainer. But there's a misconception out there. The last meeting, it probably would have been approved, but there was a disagreement with regard to using CPA money instead of money out of our general fund, which we have. And actually, Mr. Sewell, who was here, agreed with us, stating that that was the appropriate funding source. So it's back on our agenda today. The mayor still sent the order down, asking it to be CPA money again. But I'm not going to let this, for me sitting here, that little squabble back and forth, although I agree it shouldn't be CPA money, I'm going to vote to get this done because it needs to be done. And obviously, like Joe said, it's a beautiful building, and
It is, indeed.
we shouldn't even be talking about this.
Thank you, Councilor
Thank you.
Kilby. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Last person to sign up to speak, thank you. Thank you very much. Is Ron Kaplan, 291 Albany Street, Fall River.
Good evening. I'm Ron Kaplan, and I am Chairman of the Board of Trustees at the library. I live at 295 Albany Street, Fall River, and I have had a library card for over 70 years. I echo everything that Jim said. I don't really have anything to add except to tell you that this is an emergency. I don't care where the money comes from. I just think it's important to get it done and get it done quickly. I welcome all of you to come over to the library and see what has happened to it. It is in terrible disrepair. both externally and internally. It becomes demoralizing and a laughing stock of even the employees who work there to see that their working conditions are in such poor condition. I beg all of you to take care of this immediately. A stopgap of patching this roof is not going to do it. The roof is so old that when these 2 patches are fixed, there's going to be more that are going to come up in the very, very near future. So please, please, please vote to get this done. And I thank you.
Thank you very much. That will conclude citizens' input. Next item on our agenda is a discussion with representatives from the Bristol County Chamber of Commerce Foundation regarding acceptance of the art installation at Government Center. Councilor in seat 3, Councilor Kamara.
Thank you. Mr. President, I'm going to be brief. Mr. Zeitz lives on Martha's Vineyard, and I think he still hopes to get home tonight. But approximately 2 years ago, I was approached by a local artist, Tim Jewell, who's in the audience today. And Tim Jewell introduced me by name to Bonnie Zeitz. He says, "Do you know Bonnie Zeitz?" And I said, "No, not heard of the man," but come to find out that Bonnie Zeitz is a Fall River boy, a graduate of Durfee High School, class of 1969, world-renowned for the work that he does in art and in sculpture. And I'm pleased to be joined by my colleague, Councilor Stephen Long, who, along with we're both liaisons for arts and entertainment. And Steve has Councilor Long has also the distinction of working for Bay Coast Bank. Not here tonight is Nick Chris. Nick Chris has played a very significant role in this process, along with Julie Gagliotti, who is in the audience today, and also Bernie Taradash, who is not here, but he too has played a significant role in reaching the point that we've reached. As you may have noticed, there's an additional WISE entity in the room. It's this owl that's to my right, and this is the kind of work that Mr. Zeitz does. And he can tell you more about it, but I do want to acknowledge that much of the material that he uses comes from Fall River. I don't know if you were going to be talking about from Mid-City Steel, just across the river. Again, another man with great Fall River roots. So I think this is an opportunity for us to do something great for our city. I'm pleased that Michael O'Sullivan of the Chamber of Commerce, Bristol County Chamber of Commerce Foundation, has taken the lead, along with Nick Chris and Julie Gagliotti. And I know that Bonnie Zeitz now has made many trips to Fall River, and I'm sure he's going to make many more trips, and I hope that the council will be totally supportive of this gift.
Thank you very
So I
much.
turn it
If you
over
could just
to-
speak into the microphone for your presentation, that'd be great, and thank you for being here. Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you, Counselor, and thank you to the entire council and council president. I'm Mike O'Sullivan. I'm the president of the Bristol County Chamber of Commerce and the executive director of the Bristol County Chamber Foundation. The foundation is our not-for-profit arm, and that foundation was involved years ago. I don't know how many years ago, but it was involved many, many years ago with the flags and the plaque on the plaza across the street. The Chamber Foundation is very actively involved in the education world, but we also have always wanted it and felt it should be very involved in the arts and entertainment world. And this is a great opportunity. We were approached by some of the local businesses, starting with Bay Coast Bank and Barney. It's really just a great opportunity for us to work with the community, work with the city. If you've looked at the pictures, it really will enhance the entire plaza down below.
Can you see this from here?
And we're very excited about it. With that being said, I'll turn it over to Barney, because Barney can tell you a lot more about it.
Why don't you pass that over? We'll pass it down while you're talking.
Well,
Well, first of all, I think it's very touching what's going on here tonight. It's like our town meeting back on the Vineyard where everyone is saying things and stuff comes up about all kinds of parts of life. So it's really been interesting for me to be here. And my parents stayed here until they passed on, and they're buried in the cemetery in Fall River. And I must say that part of this, I'd like to mention Bernie Taradash is a businessman who's lived here his whole life. And he's participated in this with the banks to try to get this going. I did ask his permission today, he's 87, to use his name. My dad used to hang out in his place and use his Watts line. I feel like I owe him something. So a Watts line is an 800 number in case nobody remembers. Anyway, this is all hand-done, forged stainless steel. I don't use any outside fabricators or casting. It's all done by hand. It's not really that common, but it's a unique look that I've just been doing it for 46 years, along with other glass work. And I don't know if these pictures are big enough to be seen from there. You know, you can see the details. And what I was proposing to do is a cornerstone for the city that's really talking about where we all come from. This was the Immigrant Memorial that was a competition in Plymouth, using a quote by Peter Gomes of Harvard Divinity School, who's as a young man grew up in Plymouth, and was of Cape Verdean descent. His quote, it's done in a technique that actually I have a sample of, but this is all hand-carved, stainless steel with silicon bronze. Again, something I've never seen before. I kind of made it up. That was in 2001. I have a sample of it here, too. So what I'm proposing is something...
Bernie, wait till you get back Bonnie, to the mic so people can hear.
You can see the word immigrant. That was just a sample. And this is all stainless steel that does not deteriorate. So what I'm proposing to do is to do a piece like that design that can be done in sections. We have enough money to do the whole center part, and then we're approaching, there's another bank already that's interested in getting on board. We just need to get past city council, and I'm just going to do at least the whole center part for what we have already, and then over the course of the next year, see if we can raise the rest and move out towards the sides. I was thinking of a quote that would be inclusive for everybody so that nobody's excluded. This is a town, when I grew up, I had Portuguese friends, I had Cape Verdean friends in New Bedford, it's very international, and I know that over the course of the last 30 years, there's Cambodian population that wasn't here when I was a kid, but it's just has always been international. And what I'm proposing is something, this can be altered a little bit, to the enduring memory of our ancestors who have enriched this land, Native Americans, immigrants, the enslaved, and refugees. Their descendants and newcomers together will continue to build a strong and peaceful community. I mean, that's a heavy statement. Yeah. And so that way, anyone that comes to this cornerstone of City Hall will feel that they're part of the community, even if it was a tough go. And so what I'm planning, if you look at that little card, it shows the Immigrant Memorial, but there's one step further I wanted to take this. I have these panels where if I go back 1 inch, I can cut through and piece together, and I don't know if you can see this, but what happens with this, and I've never gotten to do this on a larger scale, and this will be one of my probably last projects I'll do alone, that you can make it look like the past is emerging out of the body, so out of the plane. So you're going into the plane, even by just 1 inch, and I have the space to do it there, where if we just build it out 1 inch, and so we'll have this kind of mystery of the past coming back. I think there's some pictures here that I should be, like this is at the top. I don't know if this is possible to be seen. Oops, watch this down. You have boats out the buildings. Like I said, it's all, everything's hand done. We'll take, you want to pull it all together. And before I go ahead with something, I would have a more finished design get approved and have the quote. I mean, if I was going to alter anything, I wouldn't do anything until there was permission. But we're at the point now where I think we have enough money to really get something up on the building. And I think that I know that I could also raise more money myself through the foundation. It's tax deductible. You know, I know my sister's interested in this. I just didn't want to ask anyone until we have permission to do it. So.
There are a few people we've asked that said once the city council says it's okay, there would be more money available.
But I will say that we would never have something not go up. If there's permission, we'll get the middle section in, which would pretty much look like what you see on that card.
Thank you. Anything further? Councilor in seat 3?
Yeah, just to wrap up at my end, I've been looking at this corner, this particular corner, for quite some time, and when Mr. Zeitz made his first visit to Fall River, we drove around the city from end to end, and finally selected this site as the most appropriate site in the center of the city at our government center. Just by way of also expanding Mr. Zeitz's roots in Fall River, on his mother's side, his family was Epstein, and many would remember Selwyn Epstein, who owned and operated for many years Shelburne Shirt Company on Alden Street, a place where my mother worked as a collar setter back when she was a young girl. And so the families are so much tied to Fall River and the South Coast. In fact, some of the family went to New Bedford, and the reason why they have a Zeiterian theater is because of the Zeitz family. I'm happy that Mr. Zeitz has returned to his home, Fall River, to do this great work of art. And I'm also want to again acknowledge Tim Jewell, who took the lead in making sure I knew who Mr. Zeitz is. And it's been such an honor for me to work with so many people in trying to get this thing moving forward. So I appreciate Mr. O'Sullivan, the Chamber's effort, and I think my colleagues on the council will see that this is a worthy project. With that, I yield.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor in seat 4, Councilor Kilby.
I just want to thank you. And as someone who appreciates art, and as I get older, I'm appreciating it a bit much more than I used to when I was younger. But your work is just fabulous.
Oh, thanks.
Fabulous.
Yeah.
I mean, and I think it's
Well, I
going
won't be doing it too much longer. At 68, this is really physical.
Wow, it is
And it really is physical.
amazing
I don't
work.
get anything done. I have a kid he's 18, that I think if he wants to really stay with me, that maybe I could continue to do public work. But that immigrant memorial, I did every weld myself.
Yeah. Well, I can't wait until it's done. And
Well, it's your decision.
I thank you very much.
Just don't wait too long.
Thank you very much. Councilor in seat 2, Councilor
Yeah.
Meyer.
Just out of curiosity, did your mother move to New York City?
Did I what?
Did your mother move to New York City?
No, she was born in New York City,
Did she
in
live
Brooklyn.
on Park Avenue?
No.
Different Mrs. Epstein.
Oh, Epstein was not my aunt was married to an Epstein, and then they got divorced. So, but Wayne, my cousin, ran for representative here in like '72. He didn't make it though. But no, that's a pretty popular name. Zeitz is no, they were peddlers from Eastern Europe that came to New Bedford, and then my dad moved here, and I worked at Shelburne for 3 summers. Before it was Lee, I was 14.
Remember Paul Camaro?
What's that?
Do you remember Paul Camaro?
I don't think so.
You were there too. With that, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anything further? Thank you very much, gentlemen. Have a safe flight back or drive back, or you can't drive to Martha's
Won't make
Vineyard.
it tonight. Thank you.
So could we take just 5 minutes so that I could help Mr. Zeitz with this?
Sure, I'll do a 5-minute recess. Thank you. 5-minute recess. Fall River City Council Committee on Finance will reconvene at this time. The next item on our agenda is going to be collective bargaining agreements with AFSCME, Council 93. It's the first item on our priority matters in full council, but the administration's here for their presentation. I know also there's representatives from AFSCME that are here as well. Is there any questions for the?
Take out of order.
We're actually still in the Committee on Finance.
Oh, sorry.
No problem. I'll recognize you first, Councilor Committee.
Please.
It's already in full body, so it's not necessary to refer it, but if councilors have any financial questions, now would be the time to do it. Councilor in seat 1, Councilor Kadim.
So,
Madam Burge of the Administration, Madam City Administrator, Mrs. Sahadi. I don't know if Corporation Council was part of this collective bargaining. Were you part of collective bargaining here? No? Okay. You're happy to come to the table if you were. Welcomed always. Okay. I don't know why you want to do that. We're quite friendly here. Madam City Administrator, Mrs. Sahadi. I know Human Resources.
Yes, thank you.
is
I don't know,
here.
Counselor, did you have any specific questions I can address for you? or-
I do, but my typical questions are, what's the total cost of the contract for the 3 years, and then what's the total cost for year 1?
Counsel, we're still in the process of doing all of the finer calculation in conjunction with the budget. So I can give you a number, but I would hope you'd understand that it's still being fully developed by way of impact. But the year 1, 2018, fiscal year 2019 impact, because this is retroactive back to July 1 of 2018, is a little bit north of 300,000. Some of the individuals within the contract are getting adjustments in terms of steps, and some of the grades are changing for a variety of reasons. Those individuals will not be receiving the 2% COLA, but the balance of the unit employees that aren't seeing any grade or rate changes would be getting a 2%. So that's where we're evaluating all of the individuals on a case-by-case basis. So we're compiling that now.
So I guess I just want to highlight to my colleagues, I mean, nobody has any questions of this. We were just going to approve a $300,000 collective bargaining agreement in year 1 without asking any questions. So with that, though, I'm a little confused as to when we start doing negotiations, how do we know that we can afford what the impact is in terms of not really understanding what the true monetary value is of the contract that we've approved?
Okay, Counselor. So we had an expectation when we established the budget that there would be approximately a 2% COLA across the board. And as I said, some will get it, some will get adjustments. We are in the process of evaluating that completely. But I will tell you that the contract, a number of the changes that were made were to establish parity amongst employees working in different departments. Those, for example, the laborers in parks and cemeteries are very different than what had been the standard in DCM because they are under a different bargaining unit. So as an example, there were some responsibility changes in some of the positions. There was an adjustment made specifically, I'll call out the dispatchers for the police because we've had a high level of turnover and we felt that we weren't being compensated appropriately to be able to sustain those individuals. So for a variety of reasons, we consented to the provisions within the contract. And I would add, and I know you had asked this at the last meeting, Counselor, as well, there were concessions that the union also provided to us. There were some stipends added for certifications to try to acknowledge those that were more getting additional certifications and educational certifications. But also, there were some stipends that were taken away. There were some changes in overtime on-call versus planned overtime that, again, were in the city's favor. So it really was a blending, and that's where, again, where we're challenged to give you an exact number because all of the changes in the contract will have an impact on the cost to the city, but some of them are not as easy to calculate.
So roughly over the 3 year, I know you can't give me an exact number, how much do you think the total cost of the contract would be over 3 years? So you got the $300,000 for year 1, and that's retro.
Well, again, once we complete the adjustments in year the current fiscal year, then there's a 1.5% that would be an across-the-board COLA for year 2 and a 1.5% for across-the-board in year 3.
So what's roughly the 1.5 to 1.5? Because the
We know the
300,000
total
includes the
payroll
2% COLA?
I don't have the total payroll.
Okay, we don't have the total payroll cost for you, Council, but we can get that for you.
How am I supposed to vote on a contract without knowing the financial? I mean, we're in finance, we're supposed to get financial numbers. I got the administration, Mr. President, with all due respect, this is like the second time. And I know some of my colleagues might think that I'm a pain in the ass by asking some questions. I don't want to provide a rubber stamp. Quite frankly, I didn't get the rubber stamp when we got sworn in. If I did, I'd like to get it back so I can return it back to the city clerk, because I'm not going to use the rubber stamp. I just don't understand how we come down to the city council asking for us to approve a contract. We approve, if we vote on this for year 1, we own the contract for the 3 years. I completely agree with the 2%, the 1.5, the 1.5. Quite frankly, I think the 1.5 and the 1.5 is low, quite frankly, for these individuals. I think they're probably the most underpaid employees that we have. But at the end of the day, we need to know what the financial impact is.
And I'm going to agree with my colleague, Mrs. Viveris, Mrs. Zahadi. We're in finance. This is a financial matter. And the questions that my colleague is asking from the financial standpoint should be a matter that you're able to answer before us. This has been a continued effort, or this has been a continued issue as of late specifically, that councilors are asking financial questions in finance that we don't have the answers to. So I don't know if it's going to be the will of this council to table this until these questions are answered, but the questions that our colleague is asking on the financial front, even though you don't have your budget prepared, are appropriate questions that you should be prepared to answer. Councilor in seat 1, you still have the floor.
Thank you. So moving outside, I guess, the financial aspects of it. So if we go to page 2, I noticed on item number 3, discrimination and coercion. We deleted that paragraph. Is there a specific reason as to why we were deleting? The parties to this agreement agree that they shall not discriminate against any person because of race, creed, color, sex, sexual orientation, age.
There's been new federal legislation, Counselor, that all employers are subject to, and so it's the federal law that would drive the issues of, so that clause was no longer relevant.
So we're not going to reference the federal law, we're just going to...
No, it's applicable to all.
On page 5, item number 9, shift differentials.
Actually, this section is simply removing a title in the library due to privatization. Is that the one you were?
I don't believe so, because I think when I was going through this document, whatever was current, what the current language was stricken, and then the new language was italicized. So I think this one looks, it says modify the third paragraph in section 1 to read. So I would assume that entire paragraph is new. So I'm just trying to, and maybe it's not, maybe it was a typo.
Yeah,
I mean, it
there wasn't-
references 1984, and I was just trying to figure out why we're going back to 1984 for the library versus the other workers.
And again, we have no more custodians in the library because it was privatized, Counselor. So I'm told that it was coming out simply to not add language in the contract that was no longer relevant.
Okay. And then the water department as well? Is that, because I don't think we've ever had any custodians over at the water department.
No, we're,
So employees at the library and the water department with work
right,
schedules
there
and
are
compliance.
no custodians at the water department.
So what are we doing? We're just eliminating?
Yes, it's being removed and.
It says modify, so I mean, this is an MOA that was signed, so is it?
Well, my note says remove, so I can double check on the.
Okay.
It was modify in the original, but this is, again, the plan is to modify. And we're still, and I would add too, the contract was just approved by the body last Wednesday, just prior to the deadline, and we did represent to the employees that we would bring it forth post-haste, because they are waiting for retroactive pay. We are in 2018, so we were just trying to expedite approval so that we could pay them their retroactive funds that go back to July 1. They've gone all this time working without any adjustment for fiscal year 19, hence, we did try to get down here as soon as we possibly could, and again, still calculating the dollar values. But
So if I may, Counselor, what is the financial impact on this fiscal year since it was such a burning desire for this administration to add it to our agenda tonight? What financial impact would that be on this fiscal year's budget?
Well, Counselor, as I said earlier, Mr. President, we are in the process of calculating the exact dollar amount. We fully expect that we will be able to absorb it within the budget. It's not going to create any kind of a deficit. We believe that we can afford the provisions of the contract in fiscal year 2019. I'm just unable to give you the exact dollar amount, and as I said, there are things we're subtracting, things we're adding, there are things that are changing on differentials. It's not as straightforward as taking an existing salary, adding 2% across the board and giving you a number. So hence, I'm not making excuses, I'm just advising you that we are trying to get it as accurate as we can.
I recognize that, and the council president brought it back up. I was past the financial aspect of it, but I think when we talk about affordability, I mean, we've got to know, I mean, year one, it's fine that we can afford it in year one, and to the president's question, the cost is $300,000 for year one, right? So you made a statement that we can afford it in year one. The question now becomes, can we afford it in year 2 and 3, given all the other situations that we've got with budgets being put together, $1.2 million in revenue from the trash fee being removed. I mean, there's a host of discussions that need to be had.
Well, again, Council, we believe it can be. We will deliver a budget to you for fiscal year 20 that's balanced, and it will include these sums.
Okay, so you believe it can be, and I think you need to convince us, the city council, that it can be. And I need that argument to be made here tonight. Like, how do we know? You just told me you don't have the numbers. That's not a very convincing statement to say that we can afford that in years 2 and 3.
Mrs. Viveris, if I may interject for a moment, Mrs. Sahadi, who is our Chief Financial Officer, is Mrs. Sahadi, just for my own edification on the council, is she a part of the collective bargaining discussions when it comes to financial discussions?
At times, Council, yes, but again, this is all being calculated now, and it needs to be, and actually, we have folks in the auditor's department that are actually working the numbers.
Councilman C, when you still have the floor.
Do you understand my frustration? I mean, we're presented a contract, and I understand the employees want to get a contract signed so that they can get retro. I fully recognize that. I am cognizant of that. I'm cognizant of what their salaries are, but we have a contract before us that numbers are still being run by the finance team. Does nobody else share my frustration or concern with this? I mean, I hate to be the only council that constantly asks questions about financial matters, and because some of my colleagues will say that all I want to do is be an administrator. That's not the case. I want to, what's before me, make an educated decision and take votes that are necessary, and I feel are informed votes. This is not an informed vote when we don't know what the true financial impact is of a collective bargaining agreement that's before us for 3 years. That's my take. And I'm just going to move on. I've got some other questions.
Before you do that, Councilor, Mrs. Sahadi, do you care, or are you in any position right now to discuss the financial impacts as a CFO for the city? If you're not, I understand.
At this particular point, I am not, Counselor. As Mrs. Viveris said, the numbers are being calculated as we speak. The city auditor's office, both the city auditor and the assistant city auditor, is crunching the numbers. If you would look at it from that point of view, the $300,000 that Mrs. Viveris spoke about earlier is the tentative retro pay back to July 1 through February 15th or whatever the date is that we're at.
I'm prepared to make a motion to table, but before I do that, I've got some language questions that I want to get before we table it. If we're going to table this.
You still have the floor, Councilor.
Get them clarified, or if we need to get
I was just trying to determine
No.
the financial impact that is unknown at this time.
I recognize that. So, item number, 11 on page 6. So we've got some meal periods. Is that added?
It's actually current practice that's been reduced to writing and incorporated into the contract.
I thought it was. I wasn't sure if there was 2 15-minute breaks or just one, but I knew there was something in there. Item number 13, this is really just a question in terms of the language that was submitted. I'm not sure who submitted the language, but if you look under the article of sick leave, number 12, Article 8 was vacation. And then under the sick leave article, under B, sick leave accrued, it says paragraph 3, add, and it says, for emergency dispatchers, telecommunication employees, the vacation day shall, and I highlight the word shall, be granted at any time within 24 hours' notice. And then there's a comma that says, these days shall only be denied if no employee accepts overtime or if this will result in a dispatcher being ordered to work a shift. So I guess I'm concerned by this. So we're automatically going to approve, we're going to be forced to approve vacation?
What
The word
section?
the word shall means it's an absolute in contracts.
Counselor, what section?
Page 6, item B, says paragraph 3, add, and it's the first sentence. So this is telling me that a dispatcher telecommunication employee automatically has the right, regardless of what the administration determines to be appropriate, that they will have, as long as it's within a 24-hour notice period, their vacation. And the only time we can deny their vacation is if it results in an overtime or a holdover. And to me, that's, I mean, talk about bargaining away your rights. I don't understand, then why would we have approval on vacation?
Well, Counsel, they could do the same thing for personal time as well.
No,
and
the
that's-
personal time's
that's
even,
time off.
no, personal time's even worse because it doesn't say that we can't prohibit it them.
But I'm
Because that's my
saying-
next one, right?
I'm saying we have a,
So the administration, so any type of management should have the right to approve vacation, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a benefit that's awarded to employees, but you need to have an approval process. This is saying that any time, as long as it's within 24 hours. So if today I want to plan a vacation in 2 days, you cannot deny me my vacation request unless it results in an overtime situation or a holdover for that
Mhm.
shift.
yes. So if there's no impact to the operation, then it shall be granted.
But why would we have that language in there? Why are we giving out? So what if we get 9C cuts? What if we put a hiring freeze or a spending freeze on overtime, right? And we say, okay, we're not going to have any additional overtime moving forward. We're going to approve this vacation, and maybe you have the numbers. Maybe you haven't, fallen below a certain period where you would call somebody in. I mean, they're automatically granted, and you need them. So if it's like an emergency, I mean, an emergency situation, I'm sorry, we can't cancel your vacation because the contract says shall, and it's not creating an overtime situation, and we're not forcing anybody to be held over.
Counselor and Mrs. Viveras, there is a representative from the union here that has indicated that they are prepared to answer this question for Counselor.
Sure, if
You
you'd
can
like
come on
another.
down.
Yeah.
State your name and address for the record, please.
Jared Santos, 371 Sherman Street.
You want to answer the counselor's question?
The vacation day in question is actually a sick incentive day. It's when the dispatchers and everybody in the union doesn't call out sick for 3 months. They receive that one day.
Mm-hmm.
It's considered like a personal day, not a vacation period, just a day.
So and I don't have the original contract in front of me, so
That was common practice that they had. It was just changed here and there for
So
different
I guess
occasions.
my only response to you then would be, this is paragraph 3. I'm not sure what paragraph 2 looks like, but does paragraph 2 specifically speak to sick leave? And I know the title says sick leave, but the language says.
It is taken from our vacation time. That's
Because it says specifically vacation, so you know what happens is that we're going to get a
Right,
grievance.
right.
Somebody's going to say, well, that's not what the contract says. The contract, regardless that it says sick leave, you're going to get before an arbitrator or a mediator, in this case, obviously a mediator, and they're going to say, you know what, the contract says vacation day, right? So
We
even though it's
receive
under
it
sick
in
leave,
vacation time. It's actually how it's accumulated. It comes in our vacation time, but our vacations are picked in advance a year beforehand.
Yep. And then just on item 14, the personal leave. The personal leave does not even speak to any holdovers or any overtime. It just says shall approve, so we have no say whatsoever to deny personal time?
That is, yep, that is also the current practice. That is the only time off the dispatchers receive.
Do you know how crazy that sounds, though, right?
But it is the way the way it
Okay, I know,
was.
just as long as we've got it on record, that
Absolutely.
absolutely sounds crazy,
Absolutely.
that somebody has the right to dictate to their employee, I am absolutely taking my personal day.
You only get 2 days off a year.
And how many vacation
24-hour
days and
shifts.
sick days? But I mean,
Right,
it's
but-
just,
But the time off itself is very few. The 24-hour shifts, 16 hours
I
between
get it.
24 hours.
I get it. Just don't understand that, you know, you've got a practice in place where you've got to get your schedule for your vacation, and then all of a sudden, we've got language saying that, yeah, we don't.
The original language
management
does
doesn't
say
have to
they're
approve
not
anything.
denied, but they have tried to deny them in the department. That's why we wanted it put in as part of the dispatches.
You're going to negotiate absolutely whatever you can get.
No, no.
I recognize that. I get that. And my
Counselor, I
comments,
think, just to clarify, though, it is current practice, and as you know,
well, common practice doesn't make it
whenever,
acceptable.
Counselor, whenever you seek to change current practice, it's a negotiation, and there's an expectation.
Absolutely.
So throughout the contract, there were a number of items, and I want to commend at the AFSCME local. I mean, they made concessions in certain areas that benefited the city. Is the contract perfect? No. And if everybody was happy, then there'd be something wrong with it. But again, this was not a section that we wanted to negotiate further and have to give up something in exchange for simply solidifying current practice that was established we don't know how long ago.
But the problem is that, as you and I both know, this is not language that existed in this contract. So you folks are actually putting this into the contract. To make your point, my point is that now it's going to be even more difficult to take this out. Do you understand? Because if we don't like the practice and we agree that management should have, within reason, at their discretion, to make a determination as to whether or not somebody can use their personal time, their vacation time, their sick incentive time, which makes sense on the norm. I mean, this is what we have to do. We need to get approval for time off, right? There are impacts to departments for not having the staff that you need to operate the day-to-day operations. We're putting that language in. We're giving that language to the union, saying that we don't need any pre-approval. And I get, listen,
Again,
we're
it
gonna
was-
go back and forth. It's
was
getting
there.
late, but it wasn't there. It's being added. It might have been quote-unquote past practice. It wasn't written down. It wasn't there.
It was.
No, it is in the AFSCME contract. Personal days shall not be denied. We added the holiday aspect of it because we didn't want people to get ordered in on the holiday, on their day off, because you get them off every 6 years.
Okay, so then
The
then
language in there, it was.
So then I apologize, because that's not what it looks like, because the rest of the document has any changes being italicized. This whole paragraph would suggest that section B, I mean, personal leave, it just says section B, and then you've got that paragraph in there. So I
Yeah,
wouldn't know.
the original language where they weren't to be denied at all. And we had issues.
So you're saying the personal days shall be granted only on July 4th, Thanksgiving?
Not on those days, if they're on over the complement. In the past, they had always been granted, period, and then our union came back and said, is inside the building that.
And what about item 13? Was that language there too? It's the same thing, that's just the sick.
That's the sick incentive day, that vacation day. The sick incentive day was in there, but the breakdown of how it was granted was lost in the mix of how it was done.
So it is new language, okay. Article 15, again, I've mentioned this with the EMS contract, that we've got changes to the healthcare benefits, update to reflect any changes as necessary. As a city councilor, I don't even know what those changes are. I don't know if there's any monetary value changes to it. I don't know if there's a breakdown in percentages that we're given to employees. So I think anytime you have an MOU, we should have some type of insight as to what those changes are. I just don't know, again. The problem is that contracts don't get updated, right? So if we got a new administration coming in and we've got to go back and we've got to take an old contract, review that with the MOA, and we go back to the MOA, it just says changes to be updated. And you can't mirror the two, and it becomes a little bit challenging, so that's just my take on
Well,
that.
Counselor, as you know, we've just gotten our new rates. Things are still evolving for the next fiscal year. Hence, we will reduce it to writing, and it will be incorporated once we know exactly what those changes are going to be.
All right, then, item 26. I really need an explanation on this one. This one's got me a little baffled. So personnel files, it says modify section C to read as follows. So I'm assuming again, with all due respect, that this entire paragraph is new or has been modified. So the very first paragraph says, after an employee has completed 2 consecutive years of service, incident-free, he, she shall, again, the word shall, not be disciplined for the same offense given rise to the discipline unless the discipline issued involved a suspension of 3 days or more. So I'm absolutely confused by that language there. So are we saying that if an employee, for instance, was written up for tardiness, was given a 1-day suspension, for the next 2 years never had any tardiness issues, on year 3 when they have some tardiness, we cannot discipline them on tardiness issues?
And I'm understanding, Counsel, that per employment law, that there is that window that is fixed, and then the clock, I guess, gets reset.
Can you elaborate a little bit more on that employment law you mentioned?
Sure. I'm going to ask, yeah, we do have the union representative, Scott. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Santos. Your name and address for the record, please.
Scott Tavera, staff representative with AFSCME Council 93, 8 Crooks Way, Mattapoisett.
Counselor, if you want to ask your question again.
I'm just trying to get clarification on the language on item number 26 in regards to personnel files. The way the language is currently structured, I'm interpreting it that if we had an employee who had severe tardiness issues, so they went through the progressive disciplinary action, so you had a verbal warning, a written warning, and now maybe a 1-day suspension. You have a 2-year period where they've never come in late, or maybe the department head has just decided that they don't want to rate them up anymore, right? Because that's happened on occasion, right? Year 3, maybe we get a new department head and it's become an issue and he or she wants to address that issue. This is saying that we can no longer discipline that person on tardiness issues because they had a clean record for 2 years, and prior to that, I mean, if the department head had given a 3-day suspension versus a 1-day suspension, then I'm well within my right to, in 3 years from now, discipline them. But because it was only a 1-day suspension, I can't have any disciplinary action on that person who has tardiness issues?
Councilor Kadim, if you read the language that is here, as you can see, it says, after an employee has completed 2 consecutive years of service incident-free, he or she shall not be disciplined for the same offense giving rise to the discipline unless the discipline issued involved a suspension of 3 days or more. So the language that is currently in the collective bargaining agreement says after 2 years, your record will be purged. In Massachusetts, under Governor Deval Patrick, they had changed the personal record file so that the information can no longer be purged from your record. However, in this situation, what you're looking at in this situation is, if there is an employee who has 2 consecutive years of service incident-free, then that is correct unless it's an issue of 3 days suspension or more. So technically, it would not be used in the setting for
So that
discipline.
person can come in late for the rest of their work life without?
Well, the
That's not what the
situation
language
is
says.
that when you look at it, and again, when you look at the language that is into this collective bargaining agreement, it says unless the discipline issued involved a suspension of 3 days or more for that,
Right.
for that
So
incident.
that means to all our employees, you can come in late, stay clean for 2 years, and then from year 3 out, if you want to come in at 10 o'clock, come in at 10 o'clock. There's nothing we can do.
Counsel,
That's
the
what
way,
That's what the language says. Judge, would you please come down and interpret the language for me?
The-
With all due respect, I really do want Corporation Counsel.
Attorney Macy can come to the table. He signed the contract with the administration.
I believe what the language is intended to say, Counselor, is that in the progressive discipline, it would effectively reset the clock, that they certainly could be disciplined for
I get
tardiness
it. So-
again, but it wouldn't be cumulative and
But
progressive
and
regarding
I
the
understand
2-year.
the intent, so that you folks at the table understand intent, but
Yeah.
again, when we get 3 years out, 4 years out, we're gonna be arguing what the intent was. Nobody's gonna know what the intent is, and now we're arguing before a mediator on what the intent is, and we've got employees deciding, hey, you know what? I'm not clocking in until 10 o'clock. I was clean for the last 3 years.
I'm not sure I'm following what you don't understand, Counselor. Well, let me try. It's pretty clear that if an employee completes 2 consecutive years of service, incident-free.
So can we stop there?
right.
Incident-free means no issues. Would we agree on that?
That's-
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so let,
He or she shall not be
can we
disciplined
start with shall? And,
for the same offense
yep,
giving rise to the discipline, unless the discipline issue involved a suspension of 3 days or more.
okay.
So, if I followed you, and I frankly wasn't
Okay, so.
paying
let me-
assiduous attention, but let me just finish.
So,
If-
let me just bring it. So now, based on the language that you read, so if we bring in an employee and we write an employee up, we go through the progressive discipline action. You give somebody a verbal warning, you give somebody a written warning, and after the written warning is now maybe a 1-day suspension, or let's call it a 2-day suspension. Or let's say, hey, you know what, we decided to do a 3-day suspension, a grievance is filed, the union comes in, we decide to not do the 3-day, we're gonna meet in the middle at a 2-day or maybe a 1-day. That individual is now below a 3-day suspension. They subsequently go 2 straight years without any issues with regards to tardiness. After that, they cannot have a disciplinary issue involving the same suspension. So I cannot suspend that person on tardiness, is what the language is saying.
Well, I don't think that's right. It's, first of all, it has to be the same offense.
Tardiness.
So if they
I've only talked
reoffend,
about- I've
all
only
right,
talked
let's
about
just talk about tardiness. It does say in the next sentence, any prior discipline may be used for the purpose of establishing that the employee had notice that the conduct was improper and could result in further discipline. So the way I read that, and frankly, as you know, most of these contracts, if they have to be interpreted, are interpreted in light of discussion at the bargaining table. But it seems to me, using the tardiness issue, prior discipline contained in their file, you were tardy and you got a 1-day suspension. Now you've managed not to be late for work for 2 years, or 2.5 years, whatever. The employee, A, can't come to the table and say, oh, I didn't know I wasn't supposed to be late, because the prior discipline can be used to establish notice that the conduct was improper, and it can be used in progressive discipline to result in further discipline.
But there's one hole in that argument. The next sentence talks about discipline. So that's fine. Any prior discipline contained in the employee's file may be used for the purpose. So they're saying whatever you contain in there can be used for further discipline. However, we just carved out in the sentence before, except for those situations where you have received less than a 3-day suspension, you cannot be disciplined for further action if you have been clean after 2 years. They're talking about when you're looking at your personnel file, they're talking about everything. You could be tardy, you could have gotten into an altercation, you could have been insubordinate. I mean, there's a number of things that can be into somebody's personnel file, but there is a sentence that precedes this that basically carves out some type of discipline form if it never rose to the level of a 3-day
It
suspension.
carves out some protection for the employee, you're right. However, let's assume that there was a subsequent tardiness issue. And let's assume, since we're making assumptions, it was 3 days in a row, the person was 1 hour late. So that's Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. You're not going to be able to catch them, discipline them until Thursday. My position, reading this, would be you can discipline them for any amount of time you want for the new offense.
not if they've been clean for 2 years. It says it right there. Has completed 2 consecutive years of service incident-free, he or she shall not, not may not, shall not be disciplined for the same offense given rise to the discipline.
3 days in a row.
But this is
As-
after 2 years of
No, well,
service.
3 days in a row, as I posited it, is different than 1 day. Does it give them some protection? Sure it does.
But
Would there be
tardiness,
an
I mean,
argument?
if
Sure
you-
there would.
If you're tardy 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, it becomes a pattern. It's not the number of days you were late, it's the totality of the fact that you've got a tardiness issue, right? I mean, wouldn't we all agree? And then the discipline that's given rise to that is that you've been tardy, not because you've been tardy 2 days. There's a tardiness issue that we
Well,
have
that's
to
the way I
address.
understand progressive discipline.
Well, right,
You get
so-
disciplined more severely for
Right, so it
5
reads per-
tardinesses
Okay, so you've.
than 1.
You were tardy 3 times.
Mhm.
Verbal warning. You were tardy again, progressive discipline. We just told you after the 3rd time that you were tardy, we gave you a verbal warning. That's in your file. Now we're giving you a written warning. Okay? So you're tardy 1 more time. We now go to a suspension, right? Because we just did a verbal, we just did a written. Now we've got a suspension. So typically it goes 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, whatever the precedent setting is that determination on what we feel, how important somebody coming to work on time is, okay? This clearly states, and I don't want to continue to argue, I know we've got a very long thing, but this language clearly states that after I get disciplined and I serve a 1-day suspension, and I'm cleared for 2 consecutive years of service without being tardy, you cannot discipline me for tardiness. You can discipline me for any other issue that's in my file, but you cannot discipline me for my tardiness issue. Or in that case, and then anything else, like if I got into an altercation with somebody and I'm clean for 2 years after the altercation and it was less than a 3-day suspension, then you can't, the next time I get into a fight with my coworker, you can't discipline me. I mean, we can,
I don't think I'd agree with that. Don't forget, you can also discipline them
So
by
if-
suspending them for more than 3 days.
so if you disagree with that, why is the language in here? What's the purpose of the language? Besides confusing everything.
Well, Counselor, I think City Administrator might have actually hit it on the head. I don't negotiate these contracts. We all know that. We've all talked about that before. She does, our outside counsel do, bargaining representatives do. In any negotiations, and usually these negotiations involve some time, I don't know if this one went to mediation or not, I don't think it did, there's some give and take. And the give may have been, okay, look, after 2 years, you get a clean slate, and the take may have been, however it can be used against you for further discipline.
That's
I
fine,
wasn't
but
there, I
you
don't
know
know.
what, if-
It's not as clear as it could be, that's,
But if it was a clean slate, we would have just said that that incident would have been removed from your file, right?
It can't be removed from the file, Counselor. That was the whole point of the language. If it's,
But the
again, the intent was that, as I said earlier, it resets the clock. You stop back. You've been 2 years clean. If you're tardy again, it starts with the verbal warning, and then it progresses from there. We can't go all the way back.
I'm just telling you that.
I understand
that's not what the
you
language
don't
says.
believe that the language is clear, so we can certainly look at that.
I yield.
Any further questions? Counselor in seat 6, Counselor Long. The microphone, please, Counselor.
I've got some other questions, but on this here, I think what it says, modern attorney, is 2 years is a clean record, and if you want to go back, it has to be a 3-day suspension or more. If it's less than a 3-day suspension, it's gone. That's what it seems like to me.
You reset, right.
So point of order, see, that
Counselor?
in itself, we've got 10 different interpretations of the language that's before us, which clearly states that the language is not good language for a contract.
No, and I agree.
Counselor in seat 6.
Yeah, just earlier, and this would be real quick, I guess I'm going to address this to Mrs. Sahadi. Were you ever in the room when these negotiations were going on?
Not for this contract, Counselor.
Didn't you say that she was involved in negotiations?
No, Counselor, I'm saying that there are times when we have financial impact that would be brought to the finance team, not necessarily even Mrs. Sahadi, but the audit of the payroll department. That's what I'd say.
Okay, so were any of those issues during this negotiation brought to the finance team?
Not initially, Counselor, no. I mean, they were asked at periodic
At any
points in
during
time what the impact would be.
negotiation, was there any discussions with the financial team as to the negotiations of this contract?
There would have been conversations with people in the auditor's office, but not for the contract in totality, and I think that's what we're attempting to try to establish.
Okay. Now, Mrs. Sahadi, were you given any, between the auditors and all that type of stuff, parameters of financial impact?
And not on this particular contract,
Can I get a point of
Counselor.
order? That's
Counselor
the
Seawan.
second time that Ms. Sahadi spoke about that. Any contracts? Because I think the legitimate questions, I didn't want to ask the questions because, quite frankly, I think I know what the answers are, so I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus, but the questions have been asked. Which contracts have you been part of, and which contracts have you given parameters in terms of financial impacts and what the city can and cannot afford?
I have not been included in any of the contract negotiations, although I have from time to time been asked what a particular provision may cost the city. And I don't remember specifically which contracts, there haven't been a lot of them. But just recently, we talked about the EMS contract, and I did work with Ms. Fonts on the calculation of what the cost would be for that particular contract and those employees.
Counselor in C6, you have the floor.
Yeah, that just, how do you go into a negotiation of a contract without any idea of how much money is available, what is available, how we're gonna pay for, I'm just in my head.
Yeah, Counsel, what routinely happens is we start with demands on both sides, people, things they want in the contract, they want excluded from the contract. And as certain provisions are looked at, sometimes we will go and ask for, okay, what's the impact of this particular item or that particular item? In this particular case, because there were, and this is unusual if you look at some of the more recent contracts, there was a lot of adjustments and steps, a lot of consolidations, a lot of certifications in, stipends coming out, as you can see. So the point was, is there was never. Right, exactly. So my only point, Counselor, is in terms of the contract in totality, it wasn't until the contract was, done that we were saying, okay, what is the actual impact of the contract? And we got as far as the $300,000 but didn't get it refined completely to be able to give you an exact number.
So what, and again, I'm just trying to, it was just brought up, and I'm just amazed at some of the answers. Like, what was the total cost of the ASPE contract prior year? 1 year? Do we know?
The existing contract, Counsel? No, we'd have to run those calculations.
So I don't understand where you start from. If you don't know where you're at, how do you start to negotiate?
We know what the existing salary and benefit expenses are. And again, I just don't have that number for you, Counselor. We know what the existing ones are, but then when we start to negotiate, we start to realize there are certain things that we need to take out of the contract. I'll give you a for instance, and this was a controversial component. For years, we have had what are called floaters, and employees were expected to be able to go fill in a separate department, and they got 2 personal days every year. Now, personal days come with a cost. We don't know exactly what that cost is, because if they're out and there's no backfilling, no one comes in to fill it, then there's a loss in productivity, but there's not an actual cost. That floater provision is removed in this contract. So if you were to say to me, what's the financial impact of that? Again, I can calculate how many people got those floater days, but it's going to take some time to figure out, was there backfilling and was there added costs associated with?
I understand that.
So that's all we're saying. The clause is on as simple as they're with $X and we'll subtract it when the clause is gone.
And I can understand some of the language changing and that type of stuff,
Right.
floaters and that type of
So
thing.
that's why
But you still have to be talking about, like, if I'm sitting there, I gotta look at a worst-case scenario. I'm gonna try to negotiate down from the worst-case scenario, but I need to know what the worst-case scenario is gonna be. Is that $2 million? Is it $1 million? Is it $500,000? We're just trying to determine a number, and you're saying it doesn't exist.
saying it hasn't been fully calculated yet, Counsel.
But you knew what it was last year.
Well, we
Okay,
knew
if
what the
that's 3
baseline
years
was.
ago.
Yes, you're right.
3 years ago, you had a contract that you negotiated. Okay? When they negotiated that contract, what was the impact after that? Because you've got the history. Every time we negotiate a contract, do you know that, most of the time with the police or whatever, it's a 2%, it's a 3%, it's a 10% impact to the budget? Because we shouldn't, historically, what would tell you.
Again, Counselor, if you're working with a straight COLA, cost of living increase, 1%, 2%, we can calculate that. We can tell you what it does for salary. We can tell you how it impacts the overtime line, because now everybody's at a higher rate, all of those can be calculated, and they are. In this particular one, because of the language changes that were ongoing, the problem became more complex to calculate. We will get there. We will get a calculation. I just don't have it refined any further for you here tonight.
And we
And
don't
as I
have
said,
a
we
worst-case
will-
scenario.
We are, again, Counselor,
You don't have a worst-case scenario in this, at all. Worst case. No, that's not a number, a worst-case scenario. If everything was, we don't have a number on that? Do we have a number on that? A worst-case scenario?
She wasn't part of the discussions, Counselor.
I'm asking, do we have a number?
I do not, Counselor.
All right, so if I may interject for a moment, Counselor, you're asking valid questions, and Counselor in seat one, both of you who have the floor the last half hour, 45 minutes, no, I'm not asking you to yield the floor. I just want to make a quick comment again. 2 counselors have asked 2 financial questions pertaining to this contract, and Mrs. Viveras, I respect the position that you don't have the answer, so you don't want to give us stuff that you don't have. I get that. But we have before us a contract that we need to ratify. Both times, counselors have asked questions regarding financial impacts from a prior contract, financial impacts on this contract for this fiscal year, next fiscal year, and nobody has any answers to any of the counselors' questions. And quite frankly, it's embarrassing and frustrating that we don't have the answers to those questions, and our chief financial officer isn't even part of collective bargaining discussions. So I could recognize every counselor, they can ask the same questions. Let's just make it real, counselors. We don't have any answers to any of the financial questions tonight. So, and it's kind of unfortunate. Counselor in seat 6, hold on,
Mr.
Counselor.
President, can I just, a point of information?
Counselor in seat 1.
Thank you. I was going to do a point of information, but I'll ask. I mean, I'm trying to wrap my head around this. So you said you're still working on the numbers, but how do you agree and come up and sign an MOU or an MOA with the unit without knowing what the true financial impact is for all the language? Like, I don't understand how you can portray an agreement to the union without having a financial impact to come down to the city council. Like, you've agreed to it, not knowing if it's even financially feasible. And then my other question is how did you make a determination on what the wage salary is going to be? Like, how do you come up with 2%, 1.5, 1.5 without what, just because the police got 2%? I mean, EMS just got a 9% increase. Like, I mean, it's not based on what other unions are getting.
No.
So, I mean, how do you go in and we just arbitrarily pick a percentage and tell the union, by the way, we know you're underpaid, we know that we've been trying to get you some adjustments and stuff, but we're going to get you 2% and a 1.5 and a 1.5. Based on what? Like,
Well, the current fiscal year, Counselor, all of the other unions did in fact receive 2%.
Okay.
So that became a starting point, if you will. But however, as we said, if anybody was getting any kind of an adjustment, then they were not getting the 2%. So it wasn't
But
the
that didn't
base and the
but
2%.
Based on that conversation, that didn't happen with EMS. We had individuals that were at like 9% or 11% increases. So so if we're going across the board and we're saying, hey, listen, we're going to be consistent with all the unions, and we're going to give 2%, 2%, 2%, or 2%, 1.5, 1.5. I mean, typically you go into a negotiation and say, okay, what does a 2% cost? We don't even know what a 2% is monetarily. Like, you can't tell us 2% will cost us $100,000. A 1.5 will cost, and that literally takes 2 minutes, right? Okay, maybe I'm off, maybe 5 minutes, right, to run the numbers. You go into Munis, you pull everybody's report, you figure out what 2% is or 1.5. I'm just talking about COLA.
We have that.
To figure it out. Okay. So based on that, the affordability piece, you've got to go in with a number saying, okay, over the next couple of years, what can we afford? And we've got language that that have financial impacts, and we don't know what the total cost is, and we don't know if we can afford it, but we've already agreed to it with an MOA. You know, if I didn't start asking questions, we're referring this to full council. Nobody's any wiser to any situations, and we just signed a contract, and we're on the hook under Massachusetts general law Once the city council appropriates fund for the first year, we're on the hook for the remainder of the year. So if we can't afford it, that means we're gonna have layoffs, because we have to maintain the 2%, the 1.5%, the 1.5%, and all the other benefits that have been provided in this collective bargaining agreement. So as a city council, if we don't start asking these questions in year 2 and 3, we're gonna start laying people off, we're gonna be sitting here saying, okay, maybe we should have asked the questions, or maybe the administration should have provided us with some financial numbers. I mean, I make a motion to table this until we get some
I'd
financial
recognize your
numbers.
motion, but I know Counselor Long has another follow-up question. Counselor in seat 6, Counselor Long, before I recognize motion on table. Your microphone, please. Your microphone, Counselor.
Give you the benefit of the doubt on this, but we've finalized contracts with other unions, correct?
Yes, Counsel.
What was the financial impact of any one of those contracts? Pick one.
Well, the last one would have been EMS.
Yeah, the last one was EMS. I didn't bring that information with me this evening, but we would have had that calculated. I think the one prior to that was the Superiors, and we had an amount calculated for the percentage increase with that one as well. This one, as Mrs. Rivera said, although I wasn't in the negotiations, I now have a copy of it. Again, it changed a lot of individual salaries, and so as a result, that calculation to do both the retro pay as well as the pay going forward in the next 2 fiscal years is currently being calculated.
Okay, would it be difficult, or would it be foolish of me to request the impact of every other contract so far, looking forward, and then if we can, or at some point, get the impact of this negotiation?
We are currently working on the impact of this negotiation. If you,
But the others are done.
the EMS one was approved a couple weeks back. I think it was the last council meeting. We can certainly give you the impact of that.
Police
over
contract?
The police contract would have been approximately a year ago. That impact both the patrolmen, which was settled first, and then the Superiors, we can also calculate that. All of those calculations can certainly be done. Some of them are more time-consuming than others, based on the particular union involved
I'm
or
not
the
asking you to be overworked,
salaries.
but I'm just saying, this doesn't,
Counselor, those
I'm trying to get my
police
arms around this and saying,
yeah.
you know, and I'm just having a difficult time that we're just throwing out negotiations without any consideration as to what the cost is.
The
Doesn't
police
make any-
contracts were calculated. Again, this one has posed some unique challenges. I'm not excusing it, but I'm just the staff's been working on this for days now, and it's
No,
just taken a lot longer
And I understand how
than we-
difficult it is, and we're trying to put a budget together, and I don't want to overburden the staff, but I just, that just amazed me when you stated we'd have no idea what the impact of this negotiation is, and that just threw me for a loop. But I'd like to request, if they're readily available, because they should be,
They are,
the impacts of previous negotiated contracts, and basically what the impact of the former negotiation on this one was, so that we can have some baseline to make decisions from, because I agree with Counselor in seat 1. I thought that was the baseline, you'd work from a baseline to start off with. I'm kind of amazed that we don't start with the financial cost to the city and then saying, okay, as we move forward, we can work within certain parameters, that which we can, it seemed like from my standpoint, what we can't afford in cash, we give out in bennies. If we're not gonna be able to give them any more money, we give them a better benefit package. And that seems like what went on for years. We never really got the pay up to scale, but we gave out a whole bunch of benefits, and once you give it, you can't take it back. And then all of a sudden, we got the benefits full, and there's no real room for any more benefits, then the pay started going up. So now you're in a position where the pays are going up, and the benefit package is the benefit package, so you do these things to try and tweak it a little bit. I understand it, but, and I agree, as an appropriating body, we need to know what the costs are. I've had enough on this discussion. I agree with the president. I will yield.
Thank you. Anything further? Motion? Is there a motion? Motion to table has been made by Councilor Kilby, seconded by Councilor Kadim. All those in favor? Opposed? Councilor in seat 7 opposed. Of the table, Councilor in seat 2. Roll call, Madam Clerk. On tabling the item.
On the motion to table, Councilors Kadim?
Yes.
Joseph Kamara?
No.
Stephen Kamara?
No.
Kilby?
Yes.
Lullaby LeBeau?
Yes.
Long?
Yes.
Pelletier?
No.
Viveras? And President Ponti?
Yes. Motion to table.
Yes.
Motion to table is passed. Next item on our agenda. Collective bargain, transfers and appropriations. It's in full council. It's items 2, 3, and 4. At this point, I'd urge disregard. Items 2, 3, and 4. The first item is the mayor ordering $1 million from general fund insurance appropriation to the general schools appropriation. Any questions? It's already in full council, so it's not necessary for a referral on this item. It's just for discussion purposes. Anything? Councilor in seat 1? Councilor Lickety.
Are we just doing number 2? Is that?
Just number 2. Yep. Do one at a time.
That's the $1 million going from the insurance
Yes.
fund. So that money's available in the general fund, hasn't been appropriated to the trust fund?
Yes, it was appropriated to the trust fund, so it's the health insurance appropriation.
So we're taking out of the trust fund?
No, we're going to take it from the appropriation. We haven't transferred it
That's
into
what
the.
I'm asking. You haven't made the transfer
We
into
have not made the
trust fund.
transfer. So we've done the analysis on the health insurance for both the city side as well as the school side. We've analyzed it from utilizing just a straight line 12-month period. We've also analyzed it looking at the illnesses that occur in the spring for each of those departments, as well as those that occur in the fall. And we're comfortable in agreeing that there is going to be a surplus this year, both as a result of healthier employees and a reduction in the number of members, that the original estimate that was utilized by Mr. Almeida and myself for health care for the school department is higher than it needs to be. And so allowing the school department to have the ability to spend the money now, we're recommending that $1 million be transferred. As of the end of the fiscal year, there may be some additional monies that will need to be transferred in order to meet the net school spending, but we're monitoring the healthcare costs on a monthly basis as we go forward.
Okay, so you just said that there is still some additional.
A possibility.
Potentially, okay.
A possibility.
Which I'm comfortable with. Are we putting any restrictions on the spending? So is it, or urging, I know we can't put restrictions on it,
We
but
can't, you're right, we can't urge, certainly, we would prefer that they be one-time capital-type expenditures as opposed to them being operating, because it was certainly, and I hate to call it a fluke, but, a good thing in the sense of healthier teachers and administrators, and negotiations on the city side with regard to the prescription, carving out the prescription drugs, and other incentives.
We do need to be sure, Council, that they're net school spending eligible expenditures.
Yep, okay. Good, that's a good point. Not transportation.
Right, not transportation, exactly.
All right, with that, I yield.
Thank you. Anything further on this item? Councilor in seat 6, Councilor Long.
Now, I know there was discussion, the health insurance, is that part of the net school spending?
It is, Counselor.
Okay, I yield.
Councilor in seat 7, Councilor Pelletier.
Didn't we get money from the governor for the school department? An extra $4 million, was it?
For fiscal year '20, we're receiving a net increase for the school department from the governor's budget of $7 million, $6,900,000 and change.
And that's going to the school department?
It's going to the school department, yes.
And they still need another $1 million?
This million is for fiscal '19 as a result of meeting net school spending and the health insurance being overestimated last year this time based on a lot of factors.
So you're hoping nobody gets sick?
I'm hoping no one gets real sick, that's correct.
Yeah, well, that's a gamble. I get in trouble for gambling, the city gambles all the time. But here we go, $1 million, and I keep saying every time, every year, they're not gonna come back for the $1 million. Not only come back for the $1 million, but they got another extra $6-7 million. So where does it stop? It just don't stop. You talk about the raises, every year we go up 2.5%. Well, then, 2.5% every year. Been going up for 20 years. I remember paying $800 for my house. I'm paying almost $3,000 now. And that's why people are, getting tired. There's no money. You got the high rises that they're worried because of the money, and it never stops. So I don't know where it ends. Does the city go broke or whatever? There's got to be better things we can do. I know we're utilizing the mills, and we're making more places for people to live, and they're paying more taxes. Then you got the marijuana deal that we're making more money, put the shopping center up. But again, it's never enough money. Many years ago, I said, listen, the incinerator. I said, fix it. Let's go central, around, it's gonna cost $50 million. $50 million, we could have charged these people, but a lot of times, they don't listen to the counselor. Okay, we're not gonna do it, Next thing you know, we got a trash problem, then we got purple bags, and now he wants to build a transfer station. Where's the money coming for that? If they would have took care of the incinerator many years ago, when I talked about it, we probably wouldn't be in this situation. And of course, some of the neighbors were concerned about smoke and everything else. But you have to do what's right for the taxpayers and everything else. Now, that pit's been full. There's no way we can go back, and we still got trash problems. So, you say, where does it end? As far as the bargaining agreement with the union, they agree with it. The easiest thing for me, these guys come in, they argue it, they talk to the people that vote. They voted this in. They voted, yeah. We'll take the 2, 1.5, 1.5. And then you can take anything you want out of there, page 16, 20, and make an issue, whatever. But they agreed to it, and the easiest thing for me to say, yeah, you agreed, I'll move it along. But now it's tabled. I got a few people say, I hope you get the vote so we get our money. And the worst thing, I hear people say, Pelletier's not voting for it. I didn't say I wasn't voting for it. Pelletier's not voting because of his wife.
Point of order, Mr. President. The item that we're talking about, let me just be clear, is it the $1 million general fund insurance?
Yep, he started his conversation regarding the governor's numbers, so I appreciate your point of order.
All right,
Councilman
I don't usually talk this long, I apologize.
No need to apologize.
If you think that I talk too long.
It's not
Mr.
about-
Camaro, you do a pretty good job.
Counselor in C7, you have the floor. Thank you.
Point of order, Mr.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. President, I just want
Next-
to emphasize.
Next item.
It's not about the length of time, it's about the item that we're talking about.
Thank you. I appreciate your point of order. Counselor in C7, you yield?
Yeah, I just try to patch it all up with that.
No problem. Anything
Thank you.
further on this item specifically? Hearing none. Next item we should be speaking of, item 3, it's transfers and appropriations. The mayor ordering $338,968.99 for Morton Middle School and elementary school and active projects to the school department capital project. Mr. Pacheco is here. If you have any questions on this item specifically, any questions? It's already in full council, so there's no need for a discussion. Council in seat 1.
So the two items I believe
action
I've seen in the document that these will actually close out the accounts for those.
It would close out those two
capital
accounts. It's the Morton Middle and the small.
Okay, with that I yield.
And these are for the chillers at Durfee High School? Is that the
Yes,
point?
Counselor.
Thank you very much. Anything further from the council on this item? Hearing none, I would urge our colleagues, even though our agenda says transfers and appropriations for item 4, where the mayor is ordering $151,525.77 from inactive capital projects to the Maplewood Park acquisition. I want to urge and remind our colleagues that we have on our agenda in item 25 in full council to go into executive session today, specifically to discuss this. So I would urge, if anybody has questions about this, they'd be very, I would urge probably no questions at this point, because we are going to be going in executive session. You can ask your questions when we reconvene at that time, but I just want to urge us to be very careful on this item specifically. Councilor in seat 7, Councilor Pelletier.
I just want to say one thing. This has changed, and as far as They believe that 80,000, take it or leave it, and it's up to us. We can go in an executive session, take a vote. There's no way, there's no need to go in executive session. It's cut and dry. Either you want it or you don't want it. Now, there's a new way to get the money, it's over there, and, you know, that's what we gotta do. So we probably give the other two things leave to withdraw, come back to this and vote for this. I think we should do it tonight. With that, I yield.
Thank you, Council. Anything further on this item? Hearing none. Next item that is before us is a resolution, item 5 on our agenda. Request that the administration return to the City Council with the appropriation of $375.50 from the FY 2019 reserve account or an alternative account to facilities and maintenance account. Council is aware that Mr. Gallagher is unavailable on this item specifically. This is with respect to our library. I also want everybody to know on item 6, we do have some individuals here from the CPA that would be, that have a very brief presentation for us tonight. So I just want everybody to know, if it's appropriate, and I'll recognize my colleague in seat 2 first, but maybe to have take this out of order, have that presentation done first, if you'd like, and then we can discuss the resolution. Probably be better to do that, but it's up to you. Councilor in seat 2, Councilor Kamara.
Just out of curiosity, Mr. Ferris, do you know who the expert was that went on that roof and recommended a new roof replacement?
Which expert? We knew Mr. Cabral had gone on. Is that what you're suggesting?
Mr. Cabral works for the school department, though. I'm talking about Mr. Gibney mentioned that there was someone that went up there and recommended a new roof.
Oh, I'm not sure. I wouldn't speak for Mr. Gibney. I don't know who he was referring to.
I'm just curious who the person is that said. We don't know who went up on that building?
I'm not sure who we would have spoken to, Council. I don't want to.
We don't have any.
The only people that I'm aware of with, again, the roofers, and the one that was mentioned specifically most recently was Mr. Cabral, who's also affiliated with the school department, who had inspected.
Do you yield, Councilor?
Yes, I do. I was up on the roof with Mr. Cabral as well.
Okay.
When I went to my visit. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it the council's will to take item 6 out of order so that we can have the presentation? Motion to take item 6 out of order for the presentation has been made by Councilor Kadim, seconded by Councilor Long. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Come on down. We'll do that presentation. They assured me it's about a 10-minute presentation or thereabouts. Members of the administration are happy to stay for this, but if you want to leave the table for now, that's fine. No problem. We'll have you back down for the...
Thank you, Council President and councilors, for having us down here. So as you know, Mr. Gallagher came in front of the CPC committee. I'm the CPC chair, and Mr. Dias is the vice chair. Mr. Gallagher came in front of us asking for an emergency funds of $375,050 for the repair of the library roof. Mr. Dias is an architect by trade. We're very fortunate to have him on the board. He's very familiar with historical architecture, and he created a small presentation of the possibilities of why this roof might be having its problems. So I'll let it go to him first.
Thank you, Jim. So this is an aerial photograph. The North Main Street is to the left, and obviously you can see the Bank Street Armory over on the right. It's an aerial view showing the skylight in the center. This is a Sanborn maps. The maps on the left were between 1905 and 1931. The maps on the right are more descriptive now, 1933, 1961, and this is the first time that it's telling us what the roof type was, which was tile. In the Mass Historical Commission Form B, they've also identified the original roof as being tile. And here is a photo, I think, in the 1920s. So you can see the tile roof. And behind that is the Bank Street Armory.
And in the distance, I believe it's the Firestone, and you can see the, over on the Taunton River, the lighthouse. This is a closer view of the library roof with the tile and a number of skylights with ventilation shafts right on top of them. I know that there's been a lot of discussion about having an alternative type of roof. If CPA funds were used, this is what would be allowed, which would be a alternative material that would match as closely as possible to the scale, texture, coloration, and historical roofing material. So we wouldn't necessarily need to put tile back, but we could go potentially with a metal or a rubber roof that would look like that tile installation. These are photographs from this summer showing the leaks. That's a close-up. This is, yes, it's a main center room on the second floor. There are windows at the left and at the right, and they have exactly similar leaks. This one is more centralized. So what we're talking about here is basically it's important that an architect be hired to do an investigation. And potential causes, and I've heard one of them being discussed earlier, which was potentially the roof drains. But some of the other causes could be a design or construction deficiency the last time that they did the roof. Could be the flashing, could be the skylight leaking, could be improper roof ventilation or abuse and neglect. We're going to be focusing on the skylight and the roof ventilation in this presentation as a potential high source of the leak. To the right, we have a historical photograph of the library showing, at least on the North Main side, 5 ventilation shafts total. Number 1 and number 5 are smaller skylights. Numbers 2, 3, and 4 were vents on top of the main skylight in the center. And again, I have numbers 1 and 2 showing the ventilation shafts. Number 1 is still there. It's the only one that's existing right now. This is a photo in the 1970s. At this point, the ventilation shaft number 4 is gone. That little triangular piece there is the broken flagpole. On the west side of the building, skylights and ventilation shafts have been removed and covered up with a rubber roof membrane. All of the arrows on the building is basically showing where all of the ventilation components have been removed. And an important piece at the bottom right, that's a cooling tower. Typically, those are located on roof of buildings because they really require a lot of airflow. So the fact that it's down there and enclosed pretty tightly with a wall is really limiting that unit to provide really the design airflow for the cooling inside of the building. This is another view from 8084. So it's where there was a repair on one of the skylights. Obviously, the skylight is made out of glass and copper. It looks like some glass was removed and some other metal was infilled, which is now rusting. This is a reflected ceiling plan of the second story. So the first level is actually at the ground floor where you see all of the arches. The middle level, obviously the first floor. Then you have the second floor, which you have the decorative skylight that everyone sees inside of the building. But the actual skylight on the roof is the item that I've drawn in red. So what it looks like to us is that the skylight is leaking. And I know there have been discussions about roof drains being a source, but it's impossible that 2 roof drains in the exact same facade are failing at the exact same time. So in this photo, the large red arrows show the areas where the leak is. The blue arrows are the potential path of water coming from a failed skylight. So being that the roof structure is made out of steel, yes, sir.
Can I just ask one question?
Yes.
A little while ago, a few frames back, you showed the interior of the building where the roof, where the interior was coming apart.
This one?
Back, where you saw the water damage from inside the building.
Oh, yes.
Do you know where those water damages are occurring?
I understood that it's down at these
They're
ends.
right on the corners where the chimney and the drains are.
Yes.
It has nothing to do with skylights. It has nothing to do with anything other than it's ponding water there because the drains and that corner of the roof is failing. That's where the water damage is coming in. Have you been on that roof?
I have not.
Okay.
Yeah.
With that,
I appreciate the comments, but this is one scenario, and it could be a multitude of issues. So
Absolutely.
we're just,
Could be 1,000 different reasons.
and that's why what we're looking to do is to show this council how important that the first step in this roof repair is to hire a design professional. And that's the one thing that we want to.
I'm not against that at all.
Yeah.
That's why I said I want to know who the professional roofer is that said, I agree.
Yeah.
I'm not against it at all.
This is just an interior view. I know Mr. Gallagher a number of times indicated in the summer that they put up a blue tarp over the skylight to prevent a lot of the heat from coming in the building. So this almost looks like it was taken when they had the blue tarp on top of it. This is another interior shot. Could be during the day or could be a night photograph. Another night photograph. This is a section of what a typical skylight, not the particular one that we're talking about. And what this is showing is the sun is going to put a lot of heat into that space. And if it's not designed correctly, painted, or have the mechanical systems, the heat's just going to build up in there. And that heat buildup is going to cause the caulking in the skylight to fail, to crack, which is one of the reasons why we think that this could be a source, not necessarily the source. And the proper way to do it would be to vent it. We know that the original vents on the building have all been removed except for one, which is one of the issues in the summer of the building getting really hot. The one red arrow is the one vent that's left in the building. All the other ones have been removed. This is another photograph. This photograph is showing the library built in 1896, and then right across from it, the Bank Street Armory built 1 year earlier. They still have all of their roof vents. This is the Bank Street Armory roof repair at one point. Just put it in there to show what kind of substrate was there, which was wood. But in the distance, you can see the skylight for the library. So here we're just talking about, again, important steps need to be taken as far as the supervision, the maintenance of this building. Here, the difference between CPA funding and city funding or the reserve funding that we're talking about today. If you do vote to go with the city reserve funds, you can do anything that you want. If you accept $1 from CPA, we would require that an architect be hired first before you do anything. We would require that temporarily patches be done until the architect comes back with drawings, with a solution to what the problem actually is, and we would require that the Secretariat standards be met. So many of those historical items that you saw on the roof, we would be interested in having that come back. We believe that this is just not a $375,000 project. This isn't just replacing the roof with another membrane. There are different components that make up the roof system. There's the skylights, and there's the mechanical systems on that roof. So questions that we had during the initial presentation was, where is that information? And that wasn't presented to us. We asked, is an architect hired? We were told, yes, that there is an architect, but then we found out that, no, an architect wasn't hired. So, again, we're trying to reinforce whatever decision you make today.
We're required as our board to follow the Secretary of Interior standards. I mean, We've spoken with Leanne, we've spoken with Mr. Gibney. The CPC believes this is obviously a beautiful building, as everyone thinks the same thing, that really needs attention immediately. But we think we need to follow the right channels, and we need to follow the interior standards. That's what we're required to do as a board. It'd be great to just fix this thing tomorrow, but there is a process that we have to follow, and we believe that hiring an historic architect is the start of that. So we're requesting that the board, that the council fund this $375, that there is a design review committee formed, that 2 members of the CPC board is part of that design review, that 1 person possibly from the library board, or Leanne Verville herself, could be part of that. So there's a collaboration and that everyone's on the same page with it. We really want this done. We think we should use this funds. And I think going about it, starting with that historic architect, is really the right way. It might be a little bit drawn out, but to just do a new roof immediately, is that really the problem? We all have ideas. It could be drains, it could be the skylight. No one really knows. We need an architect that really does this to figure it out first. As much as it really needs to be done tomorrow, starting with this process will.
Has there been costs for, you might not know this, gentlemen, but have there been costs for an architect to go give an inspection?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, and Mr. Dias, if you could also indicate to the council, who told you that an architect has already been on the roof? Did you say that happened?
I've never said that.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I apologize, misunderstood.
No, we were told there were obviously different roofing companies,
Okay.
maintenance people.
I think what I indicated was during our CPA presentation, one of the questions that I asked is if the city had an architect on board, which Mr. Gallagher indicated that there was. So when we asked the city to go back and redo its application and provide some additional information, I wasn't at that meeting, but I did see a city council meeting where the city administrator had indicated that the city had not hired an architect. So it's my understanding that maybe a conversation did occur with an architect, but it wasn't someone who was hired who would go there, take a course of the roof, which is typical, look for asbestos as a potential cost, look around. Usually you go up there with a hose. You have a couple of people seeing, okay, I'm putting water in this corner of the building. Do you see any water? No. You move around, go to the skylight. You go through that process. And in going through that process, you find out exactly what's wrong, and then you go through the process of doing drawings, get a cost estimates, and then you continue.
Thank you. Councilor in seat 5, Council Vice President LeBeau.
Just a quick question, Mr. Souza. You said that you agree with using these funds?
Yes,
It's on. Which funds are you referring to?
the $375,050
From the CPA? Or
from CPA.
you agree with using the funds
I
from
do.
CPA?
What I would like to see is that the CPC actually has a hand in the whole process of the RFQ process, the designer selection. We want to be a part of this whole process. We just don't want to give it to someone and not be a part of it, because we believe doing it through the steps of starting with a historical architect is the way to go, and then get their recommendations from there on, and then follow through with the process from there.
So in one of the slides you had up, you said you believe the project is more than 375,000?
Yes, so I'm thinking if you hire an architect and engineers to do a really good investigation, do drawings, it's going to cost you about $50,000 to $75,000, maybe even $100,000 to do this correctly with the drawings. So now your number to replace a roof is down to $275,000. You haven't addressed the skylights, you haven't addressed the mechanical systems, and all of those components will let the roof last the 30 years. What we talked about in our presentation was that in doing this correctly, we would want a roof that would last over 50 years. Does that mean putting back tile? Well, some members said that's too costly, so we have an avenue where we can use a different number.
We disagreed on that. Tony was really believed that it should go back to the original tiles. I don't. I actually spoke with Mass Preservation. I spoke with the Community Preservation organization in Boston, and they said that it does not have to be the original tiles. So
Correct.
we have a minor disagreement. He's a great person to be on our board. We love him, but we don't always agree together. But at the end of the day, we get along well.
Right, but one of the things I also wanted to let the board know is when we've approved projects in the past, and those projects have run over budget, that applicant has come back to us and asked if, because of some emergency had happened that, or some unforeseen condition, that they came back and, because the budget was much larger than what they had originally requested. So what we understood was that next year, or at the end of the summer, the next fiscal year, the city had identified $375,000 that they're budgeting for the repair of this roof. What they're talking about right now is, all of you, is hitting the reserve.
It's possible that could be in the 2021 budget, though. We're not, they might have moved it over, but.
Right. But what we think is, maybe it should be a combination of CPA, reserve, and maybe what else, depending on what the report comes
Sorry,
back
did
from
you
an
say
architect.
that the city has identified $375,000
We,
for this roof?
in the presentation, and Mrs. Viveras can come down and confirm that or not, I understood that the city, for next year, had identified the replacement of this roof, and that they needed to come before a CPA for an emergency application this year because it's an issue right now, but they don't have the money right now.
Point of clarification, I think the administration can speak to
Point of
that. I think what they had identified was in the capital plan that was put forth by the Collins Center, UMass Boston, was that was needed to be fixed. There was never any money associated. It was just a plan that sometimes gets shelved without any real funding associated with it. So I don't think there was
Yeah.
any funding identified for it, just
Thank you.
point of clarification.
Councilor in seat 5 here, you still have the floor.
I yield.
Thank you. Councilor in seat 2, Councilor Kamara.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm listening to what they're saying, and we can make this as complicated or as simple as we like. You hire an architect, if it's a regular architect or historic architect, they're gonna do the same thing. They're gonna send an individual over there who's not an architect to do board testing to see how the subsurface is. Very simple. It probably cost them $5,000 to do board testing on the entire roof. At the end of the day, there are roofs like this building. Just because this is the Fall River Public Library, doesn't mean that it's the only building like this that has a rubber membrane. It's EPDM roof, it's a rubber roof. And they leak eventually, especially in situations like this where we pointed out that you can see that the roof is not flat, correct?
Correct.
So it's a pitched roof, which is a lot easier to maintain, and it lasts longer than a flat rubber roof. I agree, Mr. Gibney, Durfee High School was a disaster. It's a flat roof. Nobody here wants to do the wrong thing. All I'm saying is, let's take a look at this. You can probably address those concerns, and not probably, I'm most certain you can address those concerns, the way it's pitched, and fix those repairs. You're gonna do the repairs immediately anyways, regardless of whether we use CPA funds or city funds. It's leaking right now. We have to stop the leak. So on a few days where you get 45 above degree temperature, you can fix those two items that need to be addressed quickly. There's other small.
Patch, you mean?
Patch it, but not a patch.
Not
like you're
fix.
thinking. Excuse me?
Patch, not fix, correct?
Well, it depends. If you, it's a pretty large roof. If you take 1/4 of the corner where damage is happening, you put an enormous patch there, you've pretty much solved the problem.
Well, I was under the impression that many patches have already been done, so obviously that area is.
I have pictures of that, okay? And they were not done by any type of roof specialist. They used the wrong caulking to go with rubber roofs. I can
We
show
were
you
told it was done by roofing companies.
I'd like to find out who these companies are.
So would I.
Because some of the patchwork that was done there, some of the wall elevations were done very good. Other parts, patches, and I've shown some of my colleagues, were not done very good at all. So I don't know who did the patchwork there. So this is getting more complicated than it needs to be. And if you have a few roofing companies, maybe just two, go up on that roof, they will tell you, because they do it every single day, and they do it from here to New York City and back, all in between, what the solution can be to this, and it's not a $375,000 solution immediately. It can be fixed. Those two corners can be addressed at a lot less money, and then the city will have 10 to 15, maybe 20 years to decide how it wants to proceed to put a new roof on this eventually. There's a lot of rubber membranes that last, especially on a steep slope like this. for longer than 20, 25, 30, 35 years.
Well, if that's the case, and if that's what the decision of the council, I don't think CPA money are the way, the funds to be
It
used.
might not be. So that's what I'm saying. I want to find out who the expert is, or if there ever was one that went up there and made this conclusion that we need an entire new roof because the subsurface is damaged. I walked on a roof. It's not. So we can go back and forth, or we can just have people, like an engineer, not a historic engineer for $100,000, but we can have someone go there and do test borings. They do it all the time. We can have other people look at this, and for very short money, you might be able to fix, and I'm telling you, I saw this, the two drains, might be a coincidence, maybe not, but if you look at the interior of that building where that water damage is, it's right where those drains are, right where the pond of water
Well,
is. It's not.
I understand that, but if that's the council's choice, then the CPA funds is not the right pocket of money to be used for that, because that's not.
I understand. So, and listen, I don't think there's anything that's gonna get resolved tonight. Even if we did make a decision, the roof's not gonna get repaired till the spring. So we'd have time to look at it. In the meantime, I know those repairs can be addressed for very, very short money. Less than what it costs to continue to paint the inside of that building, knowing that the roof continues to come. Tomorrow, it's gonna rain. We already have people that are gonna go there, and I already talked to Leanne today. During the rainstorm tomorrow, we will go and look to see exactly where it's coming from. Other than putting a garden hose there, you will look at the inside. I was in between the roof and the ceiling in a little cult area, and we can see whether that drainage pipe is damaged or not, and that's what's causing it. The custodian that was up there, he said it all started when a water bottle fell in the drain, and it caused it to back up, and from that day is when those issues occurred. So there's things that we need to look at before we decide to take these drastic measures. $100,000 just for a historic engineer, architect to look at this is a steep, it's a tough pill to swallow, especially in a community that's looking to save a penny here and a penny there. I'm not like anyone here. We don't want to rush and do something that we might not need to do, address it. Let's fix it the right way if that's what needs to be done. But in the meantime, those two issues that's happening right now, and it's shameful that it hasn't been done correctly in past time, but we should address those immediately.
One thing is, if you would accept $1 of CPA funds,
We have to abide by all the CPA laws and rules and regulations and repairs.
Correct.
The entire building, windows, doors, everything. I understand how
Right.
CPA funds work, and I understand that you might take this money now and use it, but if you go to make a window repair later on, it might cost you 5 times what a normal window repair would cost if you didn't use CPA funds. I get that. It could be a very costly project long-term. I
right,
understand that.
and one of the advantages with taking that $1 is there would be a preservation restriction on the building, and there would be a lot of oversight from the CPA board where we would require a architect to do presentations, progress of construction, those types of things.
And I said it before and I'll say it again. Mr. Gibney is right. That is the most beautiful building in the city. And interior, exterior, it's a beautiful building, and we need to protect it as much as possible. I'm not doing this for any other reason other than let's do it the right way. With that, I yield.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor in seat 1, Councilor Kadim.
Thank you. And we're just going to be really quick. I think, the bottom line of this whole situation is, one, that you folks want to use CPC monies just to make sure that you have some control. So obviously, call a spade a spade.
Well, not even so much have control, but, I mean, we just want it,
Done right. You
this
want it-
building
right.
needs to be done.
Absolutely, and I agree. So what it comes down to is that I think we can all agree that we should not be using CPC monies for this building if we know and there's a guarantee and a reassurance that the city's going to do right by the building and perform the maintenance correctly, right? And preserve a building that we say is a treasure in our city. I don't think anybody is denying that, right? So the CPC committee voted for the $375,000. The council has said, no, wait, time out. There's better ways to utilize that money. Let's identify $375,000 from the reserve account that's in our operating budget, and let's move forward. Now, at that point, we've got money that's been appropriated. We can do what Councilor in seat 2 has suggested, go out there and actually do a little bit more due diligence work. And if we come back, and at the end of the day, it's going to cost us more money, and at that point, if the project makes sense to then do CPC, then we can go back and say, okay, we've got $375,000 identified from the city. We need to do a little bit more to maintain this, and we need some additional monies, so then we can leverage the CPC. I think that's what the intent of the CPC is supposed to, CPA funds is supposed to be utilized. I think that's what the CPC wants us to do. So I think it's pretty straightforward. From my standpoint, I'm just waiting for the administration to come down so we can make a transfer and we can get at least some type of reinsurance for them that we're going to do this project correctly. So, With that, I yield.
Thank you, Counselor. In seat 6, Counselor Long.
I have to agree with Councilman seat 1. We're jumping the gun here by trying to use CPC funds up front. I think we need to use city funds to first do the emergency repairs. Councilman seat 2 is correct. They could probably do something to stop the bleeding, if you will, and then appropriate some money to get this done properly, so we can take care of all the interior and the exterior with money from the city. And then again, if we want to move ahead, find out the differences between historical preservation of the roof, or do we want to just go with the current roof system that's up there that we could do if we don't use CPC funds, and what that cost would be? And then we'll be able to make a logical decision. I mean, if it's going to cost $2.5 million to put a historically correct roof on the library, but if we don't do historically correct, put a regular roof on there, and it's only going to be $1 million, that's a big difference, and it's going to be that would be a decision that we'd have to make at that time. So, I'm agreeing with Councilor in seat 1, and with that, I will yield.
Thank you, Counselor. In seat 3, Counselor Kamara.
Yeah, I'm so sorry that we're in this situation, because it seems like we're at another point of delay. Mr. Dias, you had mentioned on a couple of occasions that what was most necessary, and just want to be sure this is how I understand it, what's most necessary initially is to have an expert architect advise on where to go next.
Correct.
And yet, at the meeting that you had on Monday, January 28th, according to the letter that we have, that the $375,050 was for a new roof, repair all damages to walls and ceilings that resulted from the leaks. So I don't see anything there that indicates that any of that money was intended to go to an architect. So, and I guess you are a member of the Community Preservation Committee, right? So did you vote to send this to us, to spend $375,050 for a new roof without including a portion of it or any money for an architect?
I was not at that meeting, but it's our intention as the second step, which is to sign a agreement, that on the agreement, we would have had that included in there for the city to sign before they were able to receive the funds.
But yet what was sent to us was $375,000 of CPA funds for a new roof. There was no other additional funding for any architectural
That would be part of the
advisement.
grant agreement. That would be a part of the grant agreement. We would have to write a grant agreement for it also.
That would be part of the 375?
Yes.
50? Well, it doesn't indicate that, because again, going to the application for CPA funding, it indicates the amount that's requested, and the project is the roof of the library is beyond its useful life and requires replacement. Ongoing leaking issues, the result of repairs that are beyond the typical patch and fix. It's imperative that immediate attention to the roof be addressed due to the fact the library houses numerous historical artifacts and publications that are at risk of damage or total loss. It is to the point where the plaster is constantly falling from the ceilings in certain areas, exposing the staff and public to safety hazards. Increased funding request is to repair all damages to walls and ceilings that resulted from the leaks. So, from us, this is all that we received. This was the letter that you signed, Mr. Souza, January 29th. The mayor has a letter that covers it. And then the specifications on the application for CPA funding go on to explain what the purposes of the funding is. And nowhere is there what I think I'm hearing is a critical piece, which is to have the professional input from the preservation architect.
Correct. So just a point of clarification, there were 2 meetings. The first meeting, that was one of the items that we asked the city to go back and make sure that they made clear who the architect that was involved in the project was. So on the second meeting, I was not at that meeting, and that's the meeting that we voted on.
That's the January 29th
Yes.
meeting
Correct.
referred to as the second meeting. So
Right.
when was the first meeting? Same month?
January 10th or 11th.
January.
So we were all still in favor of having CPA funds go to this project because it is very important. I wasn't too much concerned because in the grant agreement, we will stipulate items in there that we would require to be done.
Point of information?
Counselor in seat 5, your point of information?
An architect is required on every CPA project, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you. I yield.
Well, to that point, since it's required, where is the money to pay for it?
Part of that funds.
But it doesn't show anywhere here. You know, the difficulty across is that
Well,
Mr. Gallagher, whose name is on the application, is not here, and that provides a difficulty. I was going to ask possibly Mr. Pacheco to come. I think Mr. Pacheco, at least initially, was asked to be one of the people that went up on the roof. I don't know if he ever ended up on the roof.
No.
Shaking his head, no.
He's not prepared to speak on it.
So, you know, if he's not privy to any additional information, then there's no need for him to be here. But as much as I would hate to send this back to the Community Preservation Committee, it seems to me if the intent of the Community Preservation Committee is that some of these funds be applied for architectural advisement, then that should be a delineated item so that we know what's being suggested and what's not being suggested. I agree with my colleague in C2, and I'm very pleased that we have his expertise to look at this, because, you know, if he thinks that a better solution can be done at a better price, then that's what we all would want, is a better solution at a better price. He seems confident that that could be done. So, my sense is that maybe, and I understand the restrictions, that if we go CPC funding, then we're gonna open up a whole another can of worms in terms of qualifications and requirements based upon the state of Massachusetts, correct?
And other components other than the roof.
Right. But as it stands now, there's nothing in your application that is indicating that any portion of those funds should be used for professional architectural input. And I think that should be specified. So, I guess I'm thinking out loud, but it seems to me that maybe because nothing's going to be done in the immediate future until spring is here, which it's coming soon, but I think we have time to send this back to the Community Preservation Committee so that they can take a look at that $345,000, see if it's a true figure, see if a portion of those funds ought to be earmarked for architectural renditions, and at the same time, refer the matter to our Public Works and Transportation Committee, which is chaired by the counselor who's not here tonight, Councilor Viveras, but on which I sit and Councilor Joseph Kamara sits. So at least we have we have basically two sets of eyes looking at this, so that when it does come back to the council, that we do one of two things. We either go the CPC route with architectural input included and specified in a
So, Mr. Kamara,
well, just to finish my thought, that we have the CPC delineating the full amount of money, whether it's still that $345,000 more or less, but that it has a line item that tells us how much is being set aside for architectural input. And at the same time, have the Committee on Public Works and Transportation pursue it possibly with funding other than CPC funding, so that we don't have to have the restrictions that CPC funding will require of us. So my inclination is to ask that we, and I really almost hate to do that because it seems like we're backtracking. But on the other hand, I want to be right rather than be quick. And this matter right now is rather confusing because we're getting some sense from an expert, I consider Councilor in C2 to be expert, saying that we ought to be just addressing these two drains that are on either side of the, what I believe is the fell room of the library that's causing those leaks. And by putting it in Public Works and Transportation, we've got a subcommittee that can really get into it more than we're going to get into it tonight. And let the CPC take a look at the 345 and see if they want to send that back to us with some more specificity, and then making a decision as to what route is better to go. So I'm prepared to make that as a motion, but I think there's still some input that Mr. Souza or
Yes.
Mrs. Dias want to make.
So Mr. Gibney just gave me this. This is the estimate from one of the roofing companies, and in the estimate, which comes up to $345,050, $45,007 is for design management cost. So I would imagine that's the architect. So it is in that.
The architect is design management cost architect.
So in this case, it's the roofing company who has to hire some type of design professional to do some shop drawings and submit it to the building department versus what the CPA would require, which is putting out an RFP to have architecture firms that have backgrounds in these types of roofs, these types of historical buildings, and then we would go through the process of the designer selection committee, and they would know what we were looking for historically.
Right, that $45,000 that Mr. Souza just highlighted might be paid to a guy like my colleague in C2.
If he can do shop drawings, yes.
Who's in the business, right?
Yes.
I mean, not that it's going to go to him particularly, but to a guy like him that has expertise in that field, that he's not an architect, but yet he does have training and expertise in that field.
Would that be approved by the
I'll yield to it for a question. Colleague in seat 4.
Would that be
Colleague in seat 4.
in line with the regulations?
Put your mic on.
Would what be in line?
Using that
in this.
that estimate and
Well, I'm just,
retaining
in
an
this, there's
individual.
45,000. It says, it doesn't say which individual, it says just design management cost allowance is all it says.
When I first saw the application, and I've seen a number of these, it's always, you go to a local roofing company, and you basically tell them you're looking to replace your roof, and they give you an estimate. And that's the application that we received. And we consistently remind all applicants that the first thing you should do is come before CPA and maybe just solely ask us for money to hire an architect so that we understand exactly what it is that you have to do. Some things might not be.
That's just recently been done with the Little Theater, actually. It's exactly what has happened.
And it could show a multitude of different things, but at least that money would show you that it's not just item A that you thought was the issue, but there's also item B and item C, which could be 1 year away, 3 years away, that's going to need fixing. So, and I think I indicated this at one of the meetings, and is how historical buildings get torn down is a property owner puts a lot of money into it thinking that they're doing the right thing, they're thinking that they're doing the repair, and then 5 years, 10 years later, oh my God, I need to replace my roof again. I'm fed up, I'm not gonna do this. I'd rather just knock it down. And CPA requires you to go through that expensive architectural process, have that report, so you absolutely know everything before you spend any money fixing a roof or a building.
Okay. Well, I think I had the floor next anyway.
You do,
I want to give credit to, what credit's due, Councilor Kadim, by putting the brakes on this a little bit the last meeting. I know I'm much more enlightened at this point as a result of you gentlemen being here, which route we should go, whether CP or city funding, and I'm going back and forth, like a basketball there. I'm leaning more towards city funding, and also to Councilor in C2, Councilor Camara, I trust his judgment. I think we need to take a step back somewhat. If we can utilize city funds, it'll free up much more money for you individuals to be utilized for other projects. But the question I had is my other question is, can the CPA funds and city funds be co-mingled for the same project?
Yes.
So if you begin with, if we begin with CPA funds.
We always ask the
It could be
city.
supplemented with city funds.
That is correct.
Leveraging funds, whether it's a private or a municipal project, is really highly regarded.
Okay, all right. It'll look, yeah, just take a look at it, that we're investing above and beyond what,
Exactly.
yeah, okay.
Can I get a
Well,
point of order,
as-
please?
As much as I,
Point of order.
Your point of
Okay,
order, Councilor in
I
seat
yielded for a question.
Councilor in seat 6, your point of order?
No, just, I don't know where we are now, but Counselor in C4, I just want to remind, if, the minute you take $1 from CPC funds, you're committed to doing historic preservation.
no strict
Thank you for your point of order. Councilor in seat 4, you still have the floor.
Councilor in seat 3?
Councilor in seat 4 has the floor. You yielded. He has the floor.
I yielded for a question.
Councilor in seat 4 has the floor.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll
Steve.
recognize you next, Council. We don't need to make this a big deal. Let Councilor in seat 4 finish. I'll recognize
Okay,
you.
the final
later.
question is, in order to immediately, within a short period of time, it is going to rain Thursday. If we locate where the leaks are coming from with some degree of certainty, and we remedy the problem to get us through the winter into the fall, I think that's the way to go. I think Councilor Kamara just saved the taxpayer a great deal of money here.
My only comment with that is I understood that someone from the library board indicated that roof was replaced in 1986.
1986, yeah.
So it's
Long
at the
time
end of its life. So a patch today.
Oh, no, I'm in agreement. I'm in
Yep.
agreement with you, that it needs to be replaced. It's just a matter of, what funding source we're going to utilize, but do we have to do it immediately? If we, remedy the problem now for temporarily until we decide which path we're going to go, that's all. Thank you, Councilor Kamara, Stephen Kamara. I yield.
Okay,
Councilor in
so,
seat 3?
In having relinquished for the questions, they were very good, very appropriate. I do think that my first inclination is one that I feel is the right inclination, that we refer this back to CPC, because I would not support and I have no problem supporting CPC funding in part or in total for this project, because I think we ought to do it right, and I think doing it through CPC means more likely it's going to be done right than if we don't do it through CPC. But I do want to see in the budget from CPC a specific line item that is for architectural advice, rather than just, as it was listed, $45,000 of something that didn't sound like architectural input. So I would ask that this item be referred back to CPC, and that the item also be referred to the Subcommittee on Public Works and Transportation.
Motion to refer to the CPC and Public Works and Transportation has been made by Councilor Stephen Kamara. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Kilby. Discussion. Councilor in seat 1, Councilor Kadim.
Thank you. I guess I'm getting a little frustrated. Are we listening to what's being said? The reason I thought we were all in agreement that we did not want to use CPC monies because it was for the maintenance piece. Now, all of a sudden, as city councilors, we are sitting here saying we want to use CPC monies because we don't have faith that the city will do the project properly. That's an issue, okay? It's an issue as councilors that we're making those statements and we're not holding the administration accountable. Why are we using CPC monies when we have monies in our operating budget for maintenance repairs, just general maintenance repairs? We don't do a good job with our fire departments. We don't do a good job with our police department. We don't do a good job with City Hall. We don't do a good job with our parks. We don't do a good job with our roadways. We don't do a good job at almost everything. But yet we kick the can down the road and we're going to say we're going to go use CPC monies because we have more faith, CPA monies, because we have more faith in the Community Preservation Committee that they're going to do the job correctly. Why is it that we can't have department heads and an administration that gets paid to do what's in the best interest of the city and have them do it with city monies that's available? I don't know why we're going back and forth. I don't mind using CPC monies, but it could be leveraged for other projects that need to be done. If we tie up $375,000 when we have $375,000 for maintenance, it's been identified on a capital improvement plan. We know we had to do it. It's an emergency coming down now. We have time to do it. Why not do it with the city money? And then we can go back and utilize the CPA monies if it's needed. I don't understand why we're going to do utilize CPA monies because we just don't have faith in the administration to do the project properly. To me, it's just, I'm sorry, I get frustrated when I sit here and I just listen to the obvious being stated and nobody's calling a spade a spade. So let's hold the administration accountable. Let's give them $375,000. Let them do what Councilor in C2 has suggested. Go back, look at the project, do the minor tweaks. If that fixes the problem, then let's talk about the repair of the roof because it's at its useful life, or whatever other repairs need to be made, but at least we can get some architectural design put into the building, and let's preserve the building because we as residents and as the city want to preserve this building. Is that difficult? I'm not quite sure why we go back and forth with all this stuff. And where's the administration? I mean, has the administration even come back with a suggested transfer from city funds? I haven't seen anything. It's just sitting here. So has our recommendation, as it always is, been ignored by this administration? I mean,
I'll give a point of information.
Councilor in
on that.
C3, point of
On
information.
that question, my colleague in C1 is asking the right questions, which is why at the last meeting, I encourage us not only to have on tonight's agenda the CPC funding, but also the resolution requesting that the administration return with an appropriation from another source. So we put both items on the agenda because we wanted to be sure that we had a means to repair the library roof. That ultimately is the bottom line. We have to repair the library roof. And frankly, whether it comes through CPC funding or it comes through city funding, to me, makes no difference in terms of ultimately getting the job done. My emphasis on the CPC involvement is the CPC involvement triggers then a whole different level, a whole extra level of supervised experience from both the local and the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, because CPC funds triggers that. I do have confidence in our city employees, in our city government, but our city government doesn't trigger the kinds of expertise of the CPC funding. That's just the nature of the two animals, and that's why we've got two items on this agenda as both sources of funding. Now, maybe others didn't approach the mayor. I did approach the mayor. I asked him, find some funding, please. I pleaded with him to come up with funding other than the CPC funding for at least a portion of this project. He gave me an answer. I don't like the answer, but the answer is, we see it on our agenda. There is no other source that's being offered. Maybe there will be at some point. Maybe if our Public Works and Transportation Committee comes up with some plan, and then it comes back to full council, and full council then.
Mr.
Your
President,
point
I
of
got-
information,
I got-
you can
I
wrap
got
up your
my
point.
That's the answer
I got
to
my
the
answer.
Thank you. Councilor in seat 1, you
So
have
the
the floor.
response was that the administration, as I mentioned before, does not want to come down with other sources of funds.
Correct.
And this city council, time and time again, allows the administration to dictate what it wants and what it does not want, as opposed to the city council holding the administration accountable like we are supposed to do. So why the 9 of us, or a majority of us, finally take a stand and say, you know what? Let's forward this to public safety, and we demand, can't order, but we demand the project to be done properly and with the allocated resources that we have within our operating budget. I don't understand why this is so difficult. But because the mayor does not want to do this, you know what, okay, fine, let's just approve it. We approve everything because the mayor wants us to do everything. The mayor comes down to the city council floor, dictates when he wants us to table stuff. We allow that to take place, right? Time and time again. At some point, we as a city council need to take a stand and say it is inappropriate, this is our expectation, this is what we want to have done. I mean, we just saw it before us, a contract. We were going to rubber stamp a contract. At what point are we going to take a stand on any issue? This is, I mean, we've got years and years of a leak taking place. And my colleague in C2 went up there, how long did that take you? An hour? 2 hours to go up there and try to identify at least what he seems as a reasonable repair? And the damage that's been caused, I mean, it just comes about incompetence and the lack of priorities that we put in place. But we're going to talk about $180,000 to buy a parcel of land for the Maplewood Park when our parks have not even been fixed. We got, again, the library that's being neglected. It goes on and on and on, but as city councilors, we don't do anything. I yield.
Thank you. Counselor in seat 5, Counsel Vice President LeBeau.
Mr. Dias, what's the size of this building?
I'm sorry?
The size of the building?
I don't have the square footage here, I'm sorry.
You think it's over 35,000?
For smaller buildings, less complex, I've seen prices at
No,
250,
35,000 square feet.
35,000. I don't know.
Just to Counselor in seat 3, if it is over 35,000, it's going to, the building code is going to require an architect anyway. It would be considered controlled construction. So we'd still have an architect overseeing the project, whether it was city funding, if we have the square footage of the building.
The controlled construction part of the building code you're referencing is 780 CMR, which is the base building code. And the base building code is more for new buildings, and this has been a point of discussion that I've had with the building department a number of times. So there's another code, which is the International Existing Building Code, which is designed more for existing buildings.
Which code is that?
The International Existing Building Code, and it has the Massachusetts amendments. And in that Chapter 1, there was no reference to the 35,000 cubic square feet requiring controlled construction. But a replacement of a roof is not a complex issue, which typically you wouldn't require an architect.
So even, so the 35,000 will only apply if it's new.
Right, so the controlled construction part of the base building code
Yep.
is new buildings over 35,000 cubic feet or existing buildings that are very complex in nature. And the replacement of a roof is a one-component piece that typically,
Wouldn't apply?
right, the roofing company would come in, they would pull the building permit, and it's really that easy.
Thank you, I'm going to look that one up. Thank you, I yield.
Thank you. Counselor in seat 3, Counselor Kamara.
I just want to emphasize, there is a way for the council to order, or as my colleague in seat 1 referred to it as demand. It's to amend the charter that puts the council in that authoritative position. The council is not in that authoritative position. The council cannot order, it cannot demand of the administration. The administration has its jurisdiction to submit a proposal. It has submitted a proposal to use CPC funding to address this project. I've now come to the conclusion that that funding, because it's not specifying, and thanks to Mr. Dias, I appreciate his input, that because that funding did not specify architectural input, I feel that the funding is not on target on what needs to be done, hence my motion. There'll be an opportunity for the council to amend the charter, hopefully, in the near future. And if that so happens, then the mayor and the council will be able to make demands on the administration and will be able to order the administration. But until that's done, under the existing charter that we have, we've got to go with what the rules allow. And the rules do not allow us to do anything other than to advise. And we did have a resolution, I guess it's on item number 5, requesting that the administration return to the council with appropriation of from $375,000 from reserve account or an alternative account to facilities maintenance account. The administration chose not to abide by our request. We have no authority to demand, we have no authority to order. And we shouldn't try to fool the people by saying that we do, because we just don't under our existing charter. With that, I yield.
Thank you. Counselor in seat 1, Counselor Kadim.
Mr. President, through you to the clerk. What action can we take as city council within our jurisdiction, within our roles and responsibilities, and within with the parameters of the charter? Can we deny this request that's before us as the city council? Oh, we could. So we can.
In order for funding, you.
So we could deny the mayor's request to utilize CPA monies for this project as a city council. I don't want to mislead or fool the public. So as a city council tonight, we can take a vote to reject his proposal.
The order before you is to transfer funds from the CPC. So
Okay.
you.
Thank you. I just wanted clarification on that.
Thank you. On the motion to refer to CPC and Public Works and Transportation, any further questions, comments, or concerns? Hearing none, roll call. Again, this is a motion to refer this item, which is item 6, to refer it back to CPC and Public Works and Transportation, a council subcommittee. That motion has been made and seconded. Roll call.
Councilors Kadim?
No.
Joseph Kamara?
Yes.
Stephen Kamara?
Yes.
Kilby?
Yes.
Lullaby LeBeau?
Yes.
Long?
No.
Pelletier?
No.
Viveras? And President Ponti?
No.
Motion fails.
Motion to refer to Public Works, Committee on Public Works.
Motion to refer to the Committee on Public Works has been made by Councilor Kadim,
Second?
seconded by Councilor Kilby. Discussion on the referral. Hearing none, roll call.
On referral to the Committee on Public Works and Transportation, Councilors Kadim?
Yes.
Joseph Kamara?
Yes.
Stephen Kamara?
No.
Kilby?
Yes.
Lullaby LeBeau?
Yes.
Long?
Yes.
Pelletier?
Yes.
Viveras? And President Ponti?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Next item on our agenda is a resolution requesting the administration return to the council with the appropriation of $375,000 from the FY 2019 reserve account or an alternative account to facilities and maintenance. It was referred to the committee on 2/5/19. That was a resolution by Councilor Kadim. Is there a motion before the council at this time?
Motion to table?
Motion to table this item has been made by Councilor Kilby. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Kamara. Discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Next item on our agenda is item number 7, the mayor and a 5-year capital improvement plan. It is before our council. The members of the administration are here to speak on this, on the financial aspects. I just want to urge our council and community that this does need to be approved by city charter by March 1st. Section 6-5 Capital Improvement Plan, under adoption, it does say at any time after the hearing, but before March 1st, the city council shall by resolution adopt the capital improvement program. Madam City Administrator, Mrs. Sahadi.
Hot off the press.
This is the last item on our agenda for the Committee on Finance. Tonight?
Anybody signed up to speak after?
No. Thank you, though. Madam City Administrator, Mrs. Sahadi.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. Mr. President has indicated to you that we are before you with the capital plan at this particular time as a result of requirement by city charter. Just to give you a quick overview, the building repairs that are included for both the city and the schools were done in conjunction with the community compact that was done in conjunction with the Collins Center and state funding. And those items have also been updated. The council had requested that a better estimator be retained, and so Mr. Gallagher did retain Raymond Design Associates, who has also updated the cost within the project. However, these dollar values were as of late 2018. So given this is a 5-year plan, just be advised that these numbers will inflate over time. Regarding the equipment portion of the capital plan, the administration asked department heads to provide a list of their equipment needs, and those needs were incorporated into the capital plan. pages 16 and 17 within your capital plan do show a summary of the projects that we are suggesting for you. Just to sum it up and help you perhaps put it in context, the total cost of all of the municipal projects over the next 5 years is approximately $20,400,000. The total cost of all the school projects, excluding the high school, as that is a project that is underway, been approved, and is not subject to modification of any type in this context. So the total cost of all the school projects over the next 5 years is approximately $28 million. However, we do anticipate getting MSBA reimbursements of approximately $15,600,000. So the net cost for the school projects, as they've been shown, $12,400,000. So you get a sense as the total value of all of the improvements that have been incorporated on this basis, approximately $32,800,000. Now, the high school project was excluded from the capital program as the project is approved and underway and not requiring any further action and not subject to any further modification within the context of this public hearing, which is again required by the charter. Regarding fiscal year 20, the total cost for the fiscal year 2020 capital program on the municipal side, $967,000. The total cost of the fiscal year 2020 program on the school side, $158,000, and those are considered pay-as-you-go projects, which again were part of the community compact. Now, I would say that that amount may seem low, but the projects that have already been approved for the school department are the Tansy and the Watson feasibility studies that the council has approved. The Tansy construction is anticipated, and also feasibility for RPA and Westall, just to name a few. So we've already started on a number of school projects separate and apart from the capital program that is before you. The public hearing by charter, and as we understand it, is primarily to give not only overview of the 5-year forecast, but to also give the public an opportunity to weigh in. Hence, we had the hearing tonight. We didn't hear any additional public input, but I'm sure had we gotten input, that would have influenced perhaps the council's decision moving forward with the approval of the capital plan, which is ultimately your decision and even requirement by the charter. So once we've looked at this as a collection of projects that we are predicting need to be addressed over the 5-year plan, then we have to keep in mind several things. The plan did not require the financing mechanisms for these projects. The Collins Center Community Compact did estimate that some projects would be appropriate for loan order. Others would be appropriate within the operating budgets, and those could be some of the capital vehicle elements, perhaps, requirements that are in your plan. And those are things that, in some instances, we are planning to incorporate into the municipal operating budget for fiscal year 2020. And, of course, there is the possibility of CDA funding, CPA funding as well. So the purpose of the plan was really to identify the projects. The actual funding mechanisms are to be determined, especially once the council approves the projects to move forward. Keep in mind that when we look at debt, the finance team continues with the administration's support to try to keep the $10 million debt service that's within your operating budget set at $10 million. So that will affect how we choose to address the financing of some of these projects. And I just want to conclude at this point by suggesting to you that the capital plan, like a financial forecast, like an operating budget, is fluid. We believe we anticipate expenditures. At the risk of revisiting a former topic earlier on the agenda, the library roof is a classic example. We had originally intended to do that in a subsequent fiscal year, but because of some conditions and difficulties with repairs, that project is really being moved and being advanced and coming on sooner. And that's the case with a lot of what you're seeing on here. So we've made our best effort to try to anticipate the 5-year program, but we do strongly encourage you to be mindful of the fact that the timing of some of these may need to change, that we may develop needs that were not anticipated. That specifically talks to some of the school projects that were not in the community compact but are now being addressed by the council because of the necessity to move them forward. So again, it is fluid, but it is a framework, and we certainly welcome your ability to amend it as the charter provides. The only other point the charter references is that if there's a significant amendment, I guess there has to be a conversation about how it might be financed. But again, at this point, we welcome any of your questions.
Council in C1, Councilor Kadim.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. President. So the items that you've listed for FY20 is what you plan on submitting to the council? Is that?
Subject to council's input, Counselor. Again, the whole point of the public hearing is if there are any projects that the public or the council wanted included, then it may impact which ones we are suggesting move forward. Again, understanding the debt limits and constraints.
For the most part, you've identified obviously what you're looking for in FY20, so you sat down, you've kind of scrubbed this with the department heads, and this is your recommendation moving forward.
Exactly, Counselor.
So I guess, and the only reason I ask
There's
is
some modification.
Right, so I know that sometimes capital improvement plans are put together, from last year, and you've got some modifications and changes to it, and obviously you've got to scrub it based on what you think you want to put forward in terms of debt, including it into the operating budget, or pay-as-you-go, whatever the terminology is. But I guess from our standpoint, when we go down department by department, for the FY20, this is what we can expect to see?
So, exactly, Counselor. So, as it relates to the infrastructure, it was the work that was really done in conjunction with the Collins Center as well as with Mr. Gallagher and Mr. Pacheco. The items that are capital equipment in nature, these are the departments that have provided us with their needs to operate their departments in an efficient manner. What you received tonight was from the IT department. In this document is all of her needs that she's presented, Ms. Lewis has presented, while we were developing the capital plan. What she provided for you tonight was more of a roadmap and a little bit more description to the actual infrastructure as well as the capital needs for that particular department. As Mrs. Viveras just said, it is fluent and already. This was developed the first part of January, although we had been working on it all fall. There are things that have been changed. There are items in IT in particular that are now in the 2020 operating budget that were included here as capital.
So I guess what I'm looking for is so we'll approve this, but obviously you're still building a budget, right? So
correct.
You're not 100% certain as to what the revenue numbers look like, where you are with other department needs. I know police and fire, the last time we met, was still outstanding in terms of receiving their budget and reviewing it. Will we get another documentation along with the budget, what your suggested FY20 capital projects are?
We certainly can, Counselor. We're incorporating as many of the capital items in the budget. For an example, in this document itself, in the fire department, and that is one department that we actually have met with, they've indicated that their electric cars are going to be coming up off lease. And we're trying to incorporate those cars in the operating budget as well. And the same is true with some of the police assets. We can certainly provide you with an additional document. As Mrs. Viveras said, it is fluent. This is a new requirement of the charter, so we've prepared it in this format. Technically, based on the charter, it needs to be approved by this body by March 1st, but it will continue to change and grow as either the needs change or the timing of the project changes. And I'll just I hate to keep going back to the library roof, I guess we talked about it long enough, but,
And I recognize that, I just don't, without seeing the budget, I don't want to, as a counselor, commit to all these capital items without really knowing the true picture
Exactly.
You know, so that's
What we
the-
did try to do from a finance point of view is take each one of these projects that we're determining are going to be debt-related as opposed to, or for that matter, the pay-as-you-go, and consider them part of the $10 million internal requirement that we have on debt service, and try to keep us within that $10 million. Utilizing a 4% interest rate, so we don't know really if that's going to be the interest rate, and then also utilizing what we believe to be the useful life of those assets. So some of the assets are 20-year assets, other assets are 7-year assets, et cetera, 10-year assets. So we attempted to utilize the data that we had using, again, straight line for the debt service. It's not always straight line, but in order to have something to go on with regard to estimating the debt service, that's the approach we took.
And just on that page 13, you've got, so I guess 12 and 13, we've got authorized use. Then you've got details of the DCM equipment previously authorized, and you've got, you got Public Works, Parks, Cemetery Department, Traffic of that department. All those previously authorized capital items have been purchased or in the process?
They're in the process of being purchased. Majority of them have been purchased. But again, I wanted to be able to show in this document all of the authorizations because you don't have any needs from Mr. Perry with regard to DCM because, as you can see, they were all met with regard to one of the transfers you did earlier this year.
That's the reason I asked that question. I just want to make sure that we don't have anything that was left off that might need to be carried over next year.
And again, I'm sure if he has something to come forward with, we'd be happy to amend and bring it forward to this committee, to this council. But at this particular point, these were the assets and his needs, and they were taken care of in one of your previous orders.
But just to add to that, Counselor, you'll see in the plan, there is one section where we talk about snow removal for DCM. This is an initiative that we're investigating when we're trying to determine if over time we should start to purchase equipment and start doing more of the snow plowing services internal. So there's no dollar value associated with that because Mr. Perry has not, compiled any of those costs as yet. But just so you're aware, we may come to you at some future point during 2020 if we feel the funds are available and add to the equipment requirement. So again, fluid in that and that would be essentially a part of a cost-benefit analysis as well. We do know other communities that do a lot of their own snow plowing. We tend to farm out almost all of it, but it's something that we're looking at. So it's possible that Mr. Perry may be coming forward with some of those expenses again during 2020, but as of now, this is our best estimate of what will be forthcoming.
No, I think this is a great report and something that's obviously needed in the city. I know we've done capital improvement plans, but the length of the detail that goes out, thinking about, pay-as-you-go, the debt exclusion, or just debt service in general, is very well thought out. And when Collins Center was down here building this report, did you folks provide priorities in terms of certain departments so you can kind of figure out when we get into a situation where we're fighting or struggling to provide funding that we can kind of prioritize? Is it police, fire, economic development, things of that nature?
Yeah, if you go back to that old report, there was a column that prioritized the projects with regard to either the priority in terms of the need because of the maintenance issue or a priority based on a department itself. Okay. And that was worked really together with Mr. Gallagher, Mr. Pacheco, and the individual that was assigned from the Collins Center to put together. Our input was the direction basically that we look at $10 million and that's our amount that we want to expend on an annual basis in the operating budget.
Yep.
And that's an interesting point, Council, just to add to that. The Collins Center, working with our personnel, established that the priority were the building envelopes, the roofs, the windows, the exteriors. The plan didn't get into a lot of the interior expenditures. So again, it wasn't addressing everything, but it was the priority were the exterior of the buildings to make sure they were weather tight and not suffering any deterioration.
No, I think it's great work, and this project in itself shows the collaboration between the state and the municipalities. With Governor Breaker's community community compact grant that we have available. And I just hope that this document continues to be used and is not one of those documents that gets shelved and, you know, we dust it off every once in a while and say, oh, we might as well use this, because I think this is a very useful tool. And I think it also, obviously, we can debate and go back and forth on the items that are in here, but I think the tool itself is a great tool to have from a financial standpoint. So with that, I yield.
Thank you. Any further questions? Hearing none, is there a motion to refer to full council for action? Motion to refer to full council for action has been made by Councilor Kilby. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Long. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. That's going to conclude our City Council Committee on Finances. Motion to adjourn. Motion to adjourn has been made by Councilor Kadim, seconded by Councilor Long. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. You want to keep rolling? Great. Fall River City Council Committee on, no, let's try that again. Fall River City Council has now been called to order. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Here.
Joseph Kamara?
Here.
Stephen Kamara?
Here.
Kilby?
Here.
Lullaby LeBeau?
Here.
Long?
Here.
Pelletier?
Here.
Viveras? And President Ponti.
Here, if everybody in the chamber can please rise for a moment of silent prayer. And a salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Pursuant to the open meeting law, any person may make an audio or video recording of this public meeting or may transmit the meeting through any medium. Attendees are therefore advised that such recordings or transmissions are being made, whether perceived or unperceived by those present, and are deemed acknowledged and permissible. Madam Clerk, good evening.
Mr. President, the first item before you is a communication from the mayor and the order relating to the collective bargaining agreement for AFSCME Council 93.
Motion to table.
Motion to table has been made by Councilor Kadim, seconded by Councilor Kilby. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. That was the AFSCME contract that was tabled. We tabled it in finance, and we just tabled it in full council. Councilor in seat 7 is opposed. Councilor in seat 2 is opposed, and Councilor in seat 3 is opposed to the table. The ayes have it.
Item number 2 is a communication from the mayor and an order appropriating $1,000.
1 million.
Excuse me. The sum of $1 million be and the same is hereby appropriated from the insurance appropriation to school appropriation.
Move to accept the communication and adopt the order.
Move to adopt has been made by Councilor Stephen Kamara, seconded by Councilor Kadim. Discussion?
Just Mr. Pacheco almost had a heart attack when you said 1,000.
Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
Item number 3 is a communication and an order that the sum of $338,968.99 be and the same is hereby appropriated for the school department capital from the following inactive capital project funds for the purchase of chillers.
Motion to adopt has been made by Councilor Kilby, seconded by Councilor Stephen Kamara. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
Mr. President, can we take item number 25 out of order?
Motion to take item number 25 out of order has been made by Councilor Kadim. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Kilby. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Madam Clerk? Item number 25, I think it's appropriate as chair for me to introduce this item. Item 25, according to Mass General Law, Chapter 30, Section 21A, Section 6, this body will now be going into executive session to discuss strategy relating to the purchase and sale of 2 lots at the Maplewood Park acquisition, as having this discussion in open session would be detrimental to the negotiation position of the city. The City Council will reconvene at the conclusion of executive session at that time. Madam Clerk, a roll call for executive session.
Councilors Kadim?
Yes.
Joseph Kamara?
No.
Stephen Kamara?
No.
Kilby? No. Lullaby LeBeau? Yes. Long?
No.
Pelletier?
No.
Viveras? And President Ponti.
Yes,
The motion fails.
so we will not be going into executive session. Is that correct?
That's correct.
We will not be going into executive session. That will complete that item. At that point, item number 25 has been complete. Next item on our agenda, Madam Clerk, introduce item 4.
us back to item number 4, and we have the mayor's request for the appropriation of $151,525.77 from inactive capital projects to the Maplewood Park acquisition.
Move to accept the communication and adopt the order.
Motion to adopt and accept the communication has been made by Councilor Stephen Kamara. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Pelletier. Discussion, Councilor in seat 1, Councilor Kadim.
Thank you. So I'll have the conversations that we should have been having in executive session, in open session. So a couple of years ago, we were going to purchase this entire parcel for $175,000. Now we're before the city council to buy 2 lots for $150,000 or $151,525.77. And we take People Incorporated at face value. They don't want to negotiate with us, which is fine. But you know what, at the end of the day, I think if there is any type of negotiation, there should have been some negotiations and discussion with the city council in advance to any discussion taking place to see if there was even a willingness or where we stood in terms of a dollar amount. I'm not quite sure, and I've yet to hear what the benefit of getting these 2 additional lots would be to the Maplewood Park area. And again, I just go and start looking at the list of accounts that we're going to wipe out, and I'd like to waive the rule, make a motion to waive the rules and have the administration come down before us to answer some of my questions.
Motion to waive the rules has been made by Councilor Kadim, seconded by Councilor Kilby. Discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor? Opposed? The ayes have it. While you're on your way down, if you can also indicate where that $151,525.77 came from, because the communication that came down from the city, from the mayor, indicated that you're going to be purchasing 2 lots for $80,000, which is $160,000, not $151,000. But I'm sure you're prepared to answer that, Mrs. Hardy. Councilor in seat 1, you have the floor.
Thank you. That was going to actually be my next question, and I'm just curious if there's a purchase and sales already in place on this?
There is not, Counselor.
Okay. That was one of the rumors that were floating out there, that there was a purchase and sales. Can you just answer the initial question that the President had asked with regards to the 160 down to 151,525?
Yes, Counselor, it's my understanding that the purchase of the 2 lots will be for $160,000. The will of this council has always been to utilize the inactive funds, so what is left in the inactive funds is only $151,000. So the idea was to transfer the $151,000, the remaining inactive funds, and utilize other funds that will potentially be available through the operating budget for purposes of the $9,000 difference.
So you know I do this all the time when we start going through these funds, and again, because I oppose to spending $160,000 on a piece of
I understand.
two parcels that I think is not a benefit to the city, and quite frankly, it's going to be difficult to sell. So if People Incorporated want to come before us after we provide them enough service and say it is what it is, I think we should say it is what it is. But Morton Middle School, North Park, we're going to close out $30,926.81. North Park, again, where do we stand with that? There's no repairs whatsoever needed in North Park. The sidewalks are perfect, the playground is perfect, the field is perfect. Everything in North Park is perfect.
I'm certain that is not the case, Counselor, but it was a matter of whether or not to do something of that nature with the funds or to use it for the Maplewood Park acquisition.
So obviously, we've identified where the priorities were. What are some of the repairs that are needed or improvements that are needed at the North Park? Any ADA compliance items, any sidewalks? What can you just tell this council what some of the work that's needed at North Park?
I'm not aware of anything in particular, Counselor. I know that when we were doing the community compact, they were going to take a look at the parks and didn't include that in the scope, so I don't know if there was anything gathered. I know there was a master plan for park improvements, but I haven't looked at that in preparation for this evening's meeting, but I would venture to guess that parks master plan probably has items included in it.
I was going to say, so that was my next question as to whether or not we had a master park plan, which I know we do. Quite frankly, I haven't looked at it myself, but I'm also going to be willing to bet that there is a list of items on that master park plan that prioritize higher, okay, than $160,000 being spent at Maplewood Park for a corner lot that nobody is going to utilize. When, again, 4 years ago, we had an agreement or, and whatever, I'm not even sure what the breakdown was, but the entire parcel that was owned by the Fall River Diocese for $175,000, okay? That's what was appropriated by the city council. That was the discussions in the PNS that was agreed to with the Fall River Diocese. And now, again, we, for whatever reason, we think a little sliver is worth $160,000. City Hall, $160,000 is, I'm sorry, I just heard something. City Hall renovations, $12,485, so that's gonna be the same question. City Hall is perfect, no repairs, nothing needed.
No, I'm sure there are projects, Counselor.
Park improvements, Lafayette, Maplewood Park, $6,271.44. Any improvements needed at Lafayette Park or Maplewood Park?
I'm certain there are, Counselor.
Okay. Highland and Kennedy Park, $397. Any repairs whatsoever needed at Highland and Kennedy Park?
Not certain on that one, Counselor.
Kennedy Park?
Well, I'm sure Kennedy Park could
Yeah, I'd be
find something.
willing-
Highland Park is the one I'm not.
Right,
not
Highland
certain.
Park is probably,
Right.
it's one of the newest parks that we have, so I'm.
Correct.
The fountain is broken, maybe we could throw $397 for the fountain. City park repairs, $53,331 for all our parks. I'm not sure what the repairs are. So there are no repairs, Britland Park, Ruggles, Chew Park, Father Kelly Park, Pulaski Park. I mean, I know there's more parks there, I just don't want to name them all. So all our parks are in pristine shape, ready to go, looking beautiful. Our residents are extremely excited to utilize everything. We're not going to get any complaints from the park department, nothing like that. That was a question. Is that the case?
Well, I'll tell you that I'm certain there are repairs
Okay.
that could be done to those parks.
Probably might take a little bit more priority than $160,000 going to two subdivision parcels at $160,000. Industrial park improvement, I'm sure that all the street repairs, drainage, everything is perfect up there. The fire department, again, $850 for equipment. I know they can't spend $850 for any additional equipment. Thomas Chew Park, again, we got $39,471. All those sidewalks been fixed? I'm not sure. I know that was part of the project. I'm not sure that we went all the way through Father Kelly. I mean, there are some tripping hazards, walking hazards at Father Kelly and at Chew Park, but, again, I think you see my point. I don't want to belabor it, but, just as one counselor, I want to do my job, okay?
Yeah.
I want to ask the questions, try to figure out where the priorities were, and I get it. I know where it came from. We want to make a neighborhood group happy right before an election. I understand that, but $160,000 is just not, in my mind, called for, and I will not be supporting this for those reasons, plus a number of other reasons that go into the fact that we haven't had any conversations whatsoever with the park department trying to discuss whether or not, and we don't need to get approval. I recognize that, but we should have at least some good faith conversations with boards that we put or ask individuals to serve on, right, to oversee our park and recreational fields. So
Thank you.
with that, I yield.
Counsel, if I could just add, because you talked about the priorities, so just to say that the sense was, and the administration feels very strongly that the opportunity to acquire land for public space and public purpose is something that we should seize the opportunity when it presents itself. So that's not to say that there aren't other activities that could have been used for these funds,
No.
but it's, once the open space land is gone, it's gone. And so this was the opportunity to acquire
And I
two of
recognize
those
that.
lots.
And I think if there was a benefit to Maplewood Park, I wouldn't argue it. But what we're doing essentially is taking two parcels of land that are buildable, taking them off the tax rolls, because that parcel has been taken off the tax rolls, essentially eliminating some additional tax revenue to either go to police, fire, schools, the Parks Department. I mean, this is a corner lot. If we look at it, we were told that they want to put a sign, right? Welcome to Maplewood. And I appreciate the Maplewood neighborhood group saying that they would even pay for the sign. But, I mean, it's a little ridiculous when we're dealing with this type of stuff and we as a city are asking neighborhood groups to put signs in our parks. We don't maintain our parks. We go back to the budget. I mean, I got the budget underneath here. We had this conversation. When you look at the Parks Department expenses and the amount of money that is assigned or allocated to the Parks Department is less than like $2,000 per park on the number of parks that we have. It's woefully underfunded. We're continuing to add and not providing additional funding, but it's a feel-good solution, right? Because when we sit here as just a common sense approach and as an eyeball test, we will all sit here and say, you are absolutely right. There are more and greater priorities in other areas, even if we just keep it in the Parks Department. We say this money is specifically for parks and we want to spend this money and allocate it towards parks. I can give you a list of items that need to be addressed before we take 2 parcels off the tax rolls and pay $160,000. With that, I yield.
Thank you, Council in seat 2, Councilor Kamara.
Thank you, Mr. President. I mean, my colleague makes a valid argument. How do we justify not spending a penny on any of the parks? Sidewalks, just sidewalks, period. People like to walk in the parks, and if North Park, if you walk up and down Pleasant Avenue in North Park, that sidewalk hasn't been repaired in years, and it was in horrendous condition years ago. I mean, what is the plan for that?
Again, Council, we have been actually starting to address a lot of the sidewalks. Council did approve funding not long ago. They have been making repairs to the sidewalks around. Do we have more sidewalk repairs to make? Yes, we do. I think we have actually done a lot more recently than we had in prior years. We're starting to address it. But it comes back to, as I mentioned to your colleague, there are always more repair items that can be done. We have a long way to go before we're going to be finished, if you will, if ever. But this was an opportunity to acquire land for open space purposes, and once the opportunity is gone, it's gone forever. And so the feeling is that it would be a good investment for us to secure this land for open space. I have had some conversations with the Director of Parks and Recreation. It's something that has to get addressed with the Park Board regarding some possibilities, so I'm not comfortable disclosing them this evening. But again, we are going to look at the highest and best use for that land.
Excuse me?
We are going to look at the highest and best use for that land as part of the park.
With that, I yield.
Thank you, Councilor. In seat 7, Councilor Pelletier.
Thank you. You know, how long these funds have been tied up in the 151?
It's varying times. I didn't bring the quarterly report with me, but if you look at the inactive capital projects within the quarterly report, the date of the original authorization is shown in one of the columns. Some of them are newer than others. Some of them are older projects that have had inactive dollars left in them.
Yeah, well, you know, to Mr. Kadim, and he's right, the parks need attention and everything else. And you couldn't spend this 151, you could probably spend 300,000. You could probably spend 500,000. That's all well and good. But again, this money here for that corner, I think it's important as well. When you're coming down Stafford Road, you go to the corner, you can see the whole park. You drive, you can see it. And if you let them build 2 houses, you're certainly going to block the view. So, you know, I'm saying I think it's money well spent. We're going to preserve it, and I'd like to see it go down this way. Again, we can spend the 151 easily. But you're going to have a little more for your money, I think, because you got that corner, and that's how I feel about it. And that's what we're going to do. I'm going to vote for it anyway. I'm hoping the votes are around the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor in seat 4, Councilor Kilby.
I'm not sure if this is, should be done, this motion should be made before or after the vote, but I'm going to be making a motion that we send a letter to People Incorporated on behalf of the city council asking that they gift this property in the form of a pilot to the city of Fall River. So I'll be voting against this purchase and making that motion.
Thank you, Councilor. You yield? Thank you. Not a motion at this time. We have a motion before us. We'll entertain that shortly if you'd like. Anything further? Counselor in seat 3, followed by Counselor in seat 6, and then Counselor in seat 7.
There are points that have been made that are certainly valid, and certainly to drain all these accounts for the benefit of these lots is a tough one. But there are commitments that you make in life, and there are votes that you agree to take, and that's the case we have here. But it seems to me we would have been a lot better off if we would have used stabilization money, city money, to address the problems at the library, and that we use CPA money to address acquisition of land. CPA money, CPA funds are very limited. You can use them for historic preservation, which is what is being considered at the library. You can use them for acquisition to create open space, which is what this is, or you can use them for housing purposes. There's close to $500,000 of CPA money. Did the administration consider using CPA money, or to go before the CPC, to go before that board and ask them for money for park acquisition?
Counselor, we would have had to submit on the September 1 timeline. And at the time, I don't think there was an opportunity that had presented itself. We were contacted by People Incorporated much later than that. So it would have had to have been an emergency, and I don't know that it would have risen to that level.
But this issue has been around a long time. I mean, we've been discussing this for years. It might have even been discussed before I came back to the council. It's been around a long time. So I don't think that that's really a valid excuse. I think a valid excuse might be we didn't have the foresight to consider using CPC funds. We didn't think it was an appropriate line of money to be used. We thought it'd be better to close out these accounts. But just to say that, the deadline was September 1st, this should have been done a long time ago.
Council, we weren't aware that the lots were on the market. People Incorporated approached the city not long ago and said, we have a buyer, we're interested in selling, and are you interested? That all happened fairly recently, so we were not aware that the lots were on the market.
Well, this is a tough one, but I made a commitment to vote for this on behalf of folks in the Maplewood neighborhood. I'll stick by that commitment, but I do think that we're shortchanging a lot of other places as a result of this transaction. With that, I yield.
Thank you, Counselor in seat 6, Counselor Long.
The history on these properties is what I think sticks in everybody's craw. I really do. You're talking about a nonprofit. Whenever they come to us, we talk to them and say, oh, we're going to do the right thing. I'm not sure if we're getting the reciprocal approach on this, which bothers me, just bothers me. I also have an issue with the accounts that you're moving the money from, is why wasn't the park department down here requesting to spend that money on something, fix something, buy a park bench, do something. They didn't do it, they missed the boat, too bad, we're gonna move it over, and we're gonna spend it on this property, I don't have a problem with it. If there's money that is allocated for certain parks, it's up to the director of parks to come down here and say, hey, I wanna use that money to fix something. I don't know where you approached on any of these monies that were in these accounts for capital improvements. Were you approached at any time by anybody, any person involved with parks to spend this money on anything?
I'm not aware of anything from Parks.
So my thing is, we talk about when we get the budget, why do we have all this money left into these they're basically dead accounts, so we're moving those over, so that's okay with me. I'm glad you're doing that and we're cleaning that up. And if this is the piece that has to be utilized to acquire these properties, in a different day, I'd be wholeheartedly behind it, but right now, it's just the history of the project that sticks in my craw, but I also have committed to vote in favor of this, so I'm going to vote in favor of it, but I'm doing it with a little trepidation, just in the fact that I don't appreciate the history. But I will be supporting this. I yield.
Thank you. Councilor in seat 7, Councilor Pelletier.
Yeah, People Incorporated has got it sold if they want to for 80,000 or 160 for 2. And, you know, they're just saying to the city, you guys want it? We'll give it to you first. That's all we're saying. And they don't want to talk about it anymore. Executive session or whatever, they're up to here with it. You want it or you don't want it. And it's up to you guys tonight. And we put this to bed tonight. You want to vote for it? They got it. You don't want to vote for it? All well and good. But People Incorporated, they're probably up to here with the issue. They want to get rid of it. They're a nonprofit. They like to get their money. And for them to think they're going to give it to the city for nothing or even lower the price, it's not going to happen. They're going to take the 160 and that's it. So it's up to us to decide what we would like to do. I yield.
Thank you, Mrs. Viveras. At the last meeting, I asked a question regarding renegotiation of price and some adjustments necessary with respect to these lots and how they don't compare to the other lots that are sold. What discussions have you had or Corporation Council's had with adjustments to the price to purchase these at a lower rate? Because it's my opinion that these values hold less value than the other lots that you're selling on Chicago Street, which has less traffic with respect to those lots.
Well, there were some relatively brief discussions as far as the value. Where we stand and why we executed the offer is this. They said, and we represented, I think Mrs. Viveras did last time we were here, that they had a price of $80,000 and they were going to sell it for that, although they would sell it to us for the same price. That is their position, and it's been their position consistently. So we were in a position where tonight they must sell it to us for the $80,000, and we can walk away if we want. It's that cut and dry. Now, the letter that they wrote us said, because there's always a suspicion in real estate transactions that the buyer really isn't there, they put it in writing, they have a buyer for $80,000. And if we decline to purchase it, which we're certainly able to do, and the council is able to do, they will simply turn around and sell it. And I think that, talking about the history of the property, that's exactly what happened once before. If I am correct on the history I just heard, the diocese offered us all lots for $175 4 years ago. We declined, and guess what? They sold them to somebody else. At this point, we can purchase it if we want. We can decline. They must sell it to us for the 80. And the only other thing that could happen, I suppose, is we say no, we won't buy it. And 2 weeks from now, they say, we were only kidding. We didn't have the buyer for 80. The buyer walked away. We could be New York and Amazon. Everybody was mad at Amazon. They were doing this, then they walked away. I have no reason to believe that they will walk away if the city decides to buy it. But I do have reason to believe that they are operating in good faith when they tell us they have a bona fide offer for 80 per lot, and that's what they're going to sell it for.
Okay, so 2 questions. First off, I believe Councilor in seat 1 asked the question opening up debate tonight regarding a signature of an offer to purchase or a purchase and sales agreement. I believe Mrs. Viveras indicated the answer is no. You just indicated, Attorney Macy, that you signed an offer to purchase. So was there a signed offer to purchase and/or purchase and sales agreement that was signed on this property?
There's no purchase and sale agreement.
So you signed an offer to purchase?
There is an offer to sell and an offer to purchase, yes.
But the city hasn't signed the offer to purchase. They have said they will sell to us, right? We haven't countersigned.
It's not, no, but they have put it in writing.
Did you?
They have, but I don't want the council to think that we've already committed to something.
Did you sign an offer to purchase? Yes or no?
No,
No.
they did. We did not.
You did not sign the offer to purchase. That was the question. Okay. So the last question, Attorney Macy, and I won't take the floor, but I have a question. I want to know if there was any adjustments given to the location of those lots in comparison to the others, yes or no? There was no price adjustment given to the city of Fall River for the location of those lots on Stafford Road.
If I recall, the other lots on Stafford Road were 95, so the adjustment was downward. But
That was the
whether it
appraisal.
was or wasn't, that's what they will sell it for.
Okay. Counselor in seat one, Counselor Kadim.
Just in terms of, so they came before us with the price of 80,000 per lot, so that comes out to the 160,000, so we did no negotiation on that.
Well, I guess it depends what you want to call negotiations.
Well, when somebody gives you an offer, you
we
say
don't,
maybe
Mr.
150,
Kadim, we don't
100,000.
operate in a vacuum. And we didn't go into executive session, I think particularly, probably appropriately. But anybody who watched the last council meeting, and certainly People Inc. did, knows full well that there was a sentiment in this council, perhaps not the prevailing sentiment, but a strong sentiment to get a better price than $80,000. Part of the sentiment was, look, I think these lots are worth less than other lots farther down the street. Part of the sentiment was, look, they're a nonprofit. They got it from the diocese. They got to give us a break. The fact is that there was not a lot of give and take because their position is quite clear.
So, but if
We can get 80, and that's what we're going to get.
So, to your comment that we don't operate in a vacuum, I will say that I just heard the administrator state to this council that there is potential plans or ideas for the use of the property, right? Well, how we can utilize the property.
It was
Okay.
just a discussion with. the
Right, so there's a
director.
discussion, so not dealing in a vacuum. I don't know what those plans are. I don't know if my colleagues know what those plans are. It would be helpful, it might change my mind if I knew what those plans were for that property. So that's
You're
that's-
kidding, right?
I'm not kidding, no.
It would change your mind?
Attorney Macy, I
it
think
could.
the question.
You're right.
What do you, so if you tell me you're gonna put a hockey ring or a facility for indoor soccer or indoor baseball, batting cages, whatever, of course, other than leaving the property there for us to mow. Absolutely, that would change my mind, because then there is in benefits to the park and to the residents. So that absolutely would. I wasn't being facetious, I was being serious. So prior to, since we're gonna, I guess, stop being facetious, prior to the negotiation part, somebody comes, it's a give and take, you give me 160, I counter at maybe 150 or 100, or maybe, hey, maybe I go at 80,000, or maybe I start off as Counselor in seat 4 said, you know, you just purchased a couple of years ago, the Bakos Bank, the old Citizens Union Bank, that used to be a taxable property, is now a non-for-profit, we're not getting any type of taxes on it, maybe you could gift it to us. And they said, well, no, maybe we won't gift it to you.
Well,
Maybe
I
we'll
will
start
s-
some negotiations, we'll give it to you for 150,000. So prior to 2 weeks ago, that meeting that People Incorporated watched as we all began to negotiate, not in executive session, was there any prior negotiation by the city with People Incorporated?
Not the way you described it. I have a letter that says, People Inc. does have a bona fide offer for the same amount for both lots. Our agency is willing to sell both lots to the city before accepting other offers. So technically, did we go to them and say, we'll give you 60, and they said, no, we want
So
80?
what's your definition of negotiation, just so I think that make it a lot easier for me?
Well, I think a negotiation depends what people are looking for. If, for example, and this is what I used as my guide, if the city is of a desire to purchase a particular property. You can negotiate the price, but you also have to be aware that you might lose the property. So given the fact that they had already heard the discussion of 80, go back, ask for less, given the fact that they said specifically in writing, and I suspect they didn't say it directly to me, but to somebody, we're not going to go down on our price. Why would we? We can sell it to somebody else.
So who's?
I felt that the negotiations were more important to give us, i.e. the city, the option to purchase or not, and deprive them of the option of not selling it to us at all. So that's where we are. So the price negotiation didn't last very long, but I do consider it a negotiation to bind the seller to have to sell it to us while not binding us to have to buy it, which would have happened in a purchase and sale.
I don't know that's negotiation to bind the seller to sell it to us if we agree to their original price to buy it. Like, if they came to us and said, hey, listen, I will offer you these two parcels that are buildable lots, $60,000 apiece, or I mean $80,000 apiece for $160,000, and we said, sure. That's not negotiation. Getting them to
You can
agree to
define it
something
any
that
way you want. We could have said, no, we'll give you 70, and we would
I'm
be
going to
here
interject for a moment.
just the way we are
Excuse me, hello.
4 years ago when they sold it to
All
somebody
right, I'm going to
else.
interject. Here's what happened. There was no negotiation done. We don't need any kind of synopsis on what we could possibly determine what a negotiation is. There was no negotiation done, folks. People Inc. said, City of Fall River, you want to buy the lot for $80,000? The City of Fall River said, sure, let's talk to the City Council. That's what happened. There was no negotiation, period. So let's move on with our questions on negotiation, because I think the council and the community know no negotiation was done, period. Councilor in seat 1.
I yield. Thank you.
Anything further? Roll call on the question. Madam Clerk, reintroduce the motion before the City Council, please.
Was to adopt the order.
To adopt the order that is before us. Motion has been made and seconded. Roll call.
On adoption, Councilors Kadim?
No.
Joseph Kamara?
No.
Stephen Kamara?
Yes.
Kilby?
No.
Lullaby LeBeau?
No.
Long?
Yes.
Pelletier?
Yes.
Viveras? And President Ponti?
No.
Motion fails.
Motion fails. Councilor in seat 4.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to make a motion that the city council send correspondence to People Incorporated requesting that they gift as an in-kind gift in the form of a pilot, the property located at Maplewood Park with the proper description. And I would request that the clerk, before sending the letter, maybe consult with the president first, and I'd like to have some input in what the letter, how the letter reads. I would suggest the city services that they receive, the amount of the tax abatement for all of their properties listed, that money amount, and also with some language that it'd be a good faith effort in aiding the South End of Maplewood Neighborhood Association with their goal of keeping that as open space. So I think if we recall during the last election, there was talk about
I'll second that
a
motion.
pilot program, I'll be quick, about a pilot program in the city of Fall River, and I think this is the perfect test. People Incorporated is, one of our largest nonprofits, putting the Catholic Church aside and our hospital aside. And I think it's just more than reasonable for them to gift this property to the city in a form of a pilot. So I'd like that to be obviously signed by the president, and just like some input before the letter's sent.
Absolutely. We'll have the clerk draft, if the motion passes, draft the letter, look at it, we'll send it to you, you can review.
And asking a response, obviously go to Corporation Council.
We'll copy him on the
We'll
message
see what
as
happens,
well.
worth a shot.
Motion has been made by Councilor Kilby, seconded by Councilor Stephen Kamara. Discussion on the motion. Councilor in seat 1, Councilor Kilby.
Just for the administration, does People Incorporated still receive funding from CDA?
Did they do it?
I want to say yes, Council, but I need to check that.
Can we find out exactly how much they put in for an
What
application?
other point, Mr. President? After you're
I
done?
yield.
Thank you. Councilor in seat 4.
Yes, I think that's an excellent point. So if any councils can actually and the administration actually think of what benefits that they receive from the community, because I think this letter should not only be privately sent to People Incorporated, but I think it should be sent to the Herald News and some media outlets to put a little bit of pressure on them as well.
Copy of the Herald News as well, and our other news.
Okay, I yield.
Thank you very much. Anything further from the council? Council in seat 7, Council Pelletier.
You know, when you first said that, Mr. Kilby, I said, wow, that's a long shot. It's a long shot. So I says, no, I'm not going to vote for it, but, yeah, so I think we send it out. I know what the answer's going to be. You're trying to put the pressure on them. Is it going to work? Is it not going to work? Who knows? But I'll support you.
Just as a point of clarification, Mr. Skilby, you want to know what services the city provides to them.
Yes.
You don't want a laundry list from them
No,
of the
no.
city, of
Police-
what they provide to the city.
Police and fire.
All right.
The amount of their overall tax
No, I
abatement,
understand.
which is a lot of money. And just, as I said, a good faith gesture on their part to give to a voluntary group, the Maplewood Neighborhood Association. And it's, like I said, I think it's worth a shot. It would go, I think it'd go over publicly very well, not politically, but on the part of People Incorporated, maybe politically too.
If they're worried, but
But yeah, I
It's
think,
only a stamp.
I think we may be surprised. So,
I think we may be.
yeah. Thank you. I yield.
I don't think so.
On the motion that has been made and seconded,
Small money for them.
anything further? This is to send a letter to People Inc. that has been made by Councilor Kilby, seconded by Councilor Stephen Kamara. All those in favor? Opposed? The ayes have it.
Item number 5 is the communication from the mayor and the orders regarding the purchase of
Move
lots.
to accept the
from
mayor's,
People Incorporated.
oh, I'm sorry. You want to finish reading it?
That'd be nice. Lot A would be on Stafford Road. Item A is the Stafford Road lot, E22-1, and item B is lot E22-2 on Chicago Street.
Motion to adopt has been made by Councilor Stephen Kamara. This is to adopt, just so the council knows, this is to adopt the purchase and sales. This is to adopt the purchase, allowing the mayor to sign a purchase and sales for Stafford Road in Chicago. Motion to adopt has been made by Councilor Stephen Kamara. Is there a second? Is there a second? Hearing none, there's no second to adopt. Is there another motion before the council? Is there a motion? Is there a motion? We are currently on item number 5, which is 5A and B, for the mayor to sign an order granting the mayor to sign a contract for the Stafford Road and Chicago Street lots, what we were just speaking about for the last 45 minutes. There's no other motion before the council. Is there a motion to table, leave to withdraw, adopt? What is the will?
Motion grant to leave to withdraw.
Motion to give items 5A and B leave to withdraw has been made by Councilor Kadim, seconded by Councilor Kilby. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Councilor in seat 3 and Councilor in seat 7 opposed. The ayes have it.
Item number 6 is a communication from the mayor and an order accepting the gift of public art and installation from sculptor Bonnie Zeitz and the Bristol County Chamber of Commerce Foundation.
Move to accept the mayor's communication, adopt the order.
Motion to adopt the order has been made by Councilor Stephen Kamara, seconded by? I'm sorry? Pardon me? Motion to adopt has been made by Councilor Stephen Kamara. Is there a second?
This is
So item 6?
This is item 6.
Second.
I know it's a long night. Motion has been made and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
Item number 7 is the mayor's request for the reappointment of Fran Racklin as a member of the library trustees.
Motion to confirm the appointment.
Confirmation.
Motion to confirm the appointment has been made by Councilor Stephen Kamara. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Kilby. Is there a discussion? Councilor in seat 1, Councilor Kadim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to reiterate my stance on not doing any reappointments that the mayor's, or appointments that the mayor brings down before the city council.
Thank you. We'll entertain a roll call. I'm going to be voting in favor of this because it's a reappointment. I'm going to continue my trend on not approving any appointments until further notice. Madam Clerk, roll call, please. Hearing no further discussion before this council.
Confirmation, Councilors Kadim?
No.
Joseph Kamara?
Yes.
Stephen Kamara?
Yes.
Kilby?
Yes.
Lullaby LeBeau?
Yes.
Long?
Yes.
Pelletier?
Yes.
Viveras? And President Ponti.
Yes.
Item number 8 is the mayor's request for the reappointment of Ronald Kaplan to the Board of Library Trustees.
Move confirmation
Mo-
of the reappointment.
Motion to confirm has been made by Councilor Stephen Kamara, seconded by Councilor Kilby. Discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor?
Right.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Council in seat 1 opposed. The ayes have it.
Item 9 is the mayor's request for the confirmation of Dr. Donald Corriveau to the Cultural Council.
Move confirmation of the reappointment.
Move confirmation of the reappointment has been made by Councilor Stephen Kamara, seconded by Councilor Kilby. Discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Council in seat 1 opposed. The ayes have it.
Item number 10 is a communication from the Park Director indicating the nomination of member Joseph Schulenberg as a representative on the Urban Tree Commission.
Adopt and place on file?
Motion to accept and place on file has been made by Councilor Kilby,
Second.
seconded by Councilor Kadim. Discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
The Traffic Commission's recommendations.
Refer to ordinance.
Motion to refer to ordinance has been made by Councilor Kadim, seconded by Councilor Long. Discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
Committee on Finance, at a meeting held on February 5th, voted 5 yeas, 3 nays to recommend the accompanying resolution be granted leave to withdraw. This was related to the plan for paying the city's portion of the New Durfee High School
To
debt
adopt.
service.
Move adoption of the committee's report.
Motion to adopt the committee's report, giving the item leave to withdraw, has been made by Councilor Stephen Kamara, seconded by Councilor Kilby. Discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed.
Roll call, Madam Clerk. This is on giving the item leave to withdraw and accepting the committee's report.
Councilors Kadim?
No.
Joseph Kamara?
Yes.
Stephen Kamara?
Yes.
Kilby?
Yes.
Lullaby LeBeau?
No.
Long?
Yes.
Pelletier?
Yes.
Viveras? And President Ponti.
No. Next order of business.
Whereas the city of Fall River has struggled with parking in the downtown area for years, and whereas the Fall River City Council unanimously voted on January 8th, 2019, to accept a transfer of the parking garages located at 3rd Street and Pearl Street, and whereas the city also accepted the adjacent parking lot located on 3rd Street, now therefore be it resolved that the administration immediately obtain bids and present to the city council a plan to install a multiple-level parking garage, and that a discussion take place with the city council committee on finance within 60 days.
Motion to adopt.
Motion to adopt has been made by Councilor Kilby, seconded by
Second.
Council Vice President LeBeau. Discussion. Councilor in seat 3, Councilor Kamara.
Well, we've just established a transfer, and it seems that we ought to at least give the traffic department some time to review this and accept this transfer, to immediately move toward a construction. I wouldn't be necessarily opposed to it if it were to include commercial development on the ground level, shops, where people might shop rather than just a concrete block such as exists now. If we're going to remove what's there, let's do something better. So I think that this deserves some attention, but I'd like to see it as part of an economic development and tourism effort. So I know our Committee on Economic Development and Tourism hasn't met recently. I think this might be a good opportunity for us to look at the development of a parking garage that might include economic development, particularly the opportunity to have shopping on the ground level. So I would ask that this be referred to Committee on Economic Development and Tourism.
Motion to refer to the Committee on Economic Development and Tourism has been made by Councilor Stephen Kamara. Is there a second? Hearing none. On the motion that's before us right now, just for the council's own edification, this is my resolution, and it's just asking the administration to obtain bids and present to the council a plan to install a multiple-level parking garage. So if that would include boutiques at the bottom of the parking garage, well, that'll be up to the administration to send that to the council. Just for your own perspective, I don't want to take the floor for this, I'll be real brief. The purpose that I filed this resolution is I think we've all, as councilors and elected officials for many years, have been faced with the question that we have parking issues downtown. So now that it is in the city's ownership, there's no harm in us getting bids to obtain a multiple-level parking garage like they did outside of Pub 99 in their Primacare for additional parking, so we can have relief not only for our city employees, but people who are in the courthouse and people who are touring our downtown. So now that's in our ownership, I think we need to work towards that. Not only that, it's a revenue opportunity at a very limited cost to the taxpayers. Anything further from the council? Council in seat 3, Councilor Kamara?
Well, Mr. President, would you be agreeable to a friendly amendment that would be it further resolved that the existing parking garage also be priced for conversion so that we could do an actual development on 2 lots rather than just one?
You want to convert the current 3-level garage that has the upstairs floor closed down, and you want to convert that to what?
Into something better than what it is. It might be a 1-level parking garage. Certainly the people at the Hudna Building or the Academy Building would like to be able to park their cars and get to their homes without having to go in an additional block or across whatever, a vacant lot or whatever that's going to become. So if we're going to go out for a bid, let's go out for a bid that would develop both parcels. They're both under the same jurisdiction of the city, so let's develop, maybe one of the parcels becomes a park. Maybe it becomes green space. We could use some green space. But let's do something on both lots that seems interesting, rather than just build another parking garage and leave the one that's there to rubble. So I would just ask that maybe a second, be it further resolved, that the administration also consider bids for the development of the current parking garage lot.
Is a motion made? Is there a second? Hearing none.
I asked for a friendly amendment. If you agree.
Friendly amendment? I don't agree with the friendly amendment, so.
All right.
There's a motion to adopt that has been made and seconded. Anything further on this item? Hearing none. All those in favor? Opposed? The ayes have it. Next item of our business.
Whereas prior to the 9C cuts of 2008, the then administration mandated that the Fall River Little League, Fall River Youth League, and local Babe Ruth baseball leagues take over the financial responsibility of paying for and maintaining the lights at the baseball fields. And whereas it has always been challenging for these baseball leagues to fundraise in order to maintain the lighting as well as their additional expenses, and whereas our children, parents, coaches, and volunteers work tremendously hard to give our children the best experience possible during the baseball season, now therefore be it resolved that the Committee on Finance convene as soon as possible to discuss this matter, and the administration be prepared to present what the costs would be to the city in order to take this burden away from the local nonprofit baseball leagues starting this year.
Motion to adopt.
Motion to adopt has been made by Councilor Kadim. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Long. Discussion on the resolution? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
Whereas it is known that the state has approved one of the locations for billboards on land owned by the Water Department, and whereas the city continues to tax our residents with the stormwater fee and other higher rates for water, now therefore be it resolved that the finance team prepare a presentation before the Finance Committee on utilizing this revenue to reduce water rates as soon as revenues are realized.
Motion to adopt.
Motion to adopt has been made by Councilor Kadim. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Kilby. Discussion. Councilor in seat 3, Councilor Kamara.
Council President, are you suggesting that their billboards go up at the Water Department? That's been denied.
I believe that was denied by the state, but that was done prior to me filing the resolution on 2/5. So I believe the denial must have come in last week or the week prior. So I still think there's an opportunity for billboard revenue. So if it's not the will of the council to have this discussion now, by all means, you can give it leave to withdraw at this time.
I yield.
There's a motion to adopt that has been made and seconded. Any further discussion on that item? Hearing none. All those in favor? Opposed?
Nope.
Roll call.
Mr.
I get it. Yep, Counselor in seat 2?
It just makes sense to give leave to withdraw because it's denied, we're not going to get
Yep,
the revenue.
no problem.
I withdraw my motion.
Motion to give leave to withdraw
Second.
has been made by Counselor Stephen Kamara, seconded by Counselor Kadim. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
Have an order granting permission to Joseph Reposa at 166 Arizona Street for the removal of 37 feet of curbing.
Motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt.
Excuse me, 16 feet.
Item 16, Joseph Reposa, has been made by Counselor Kadim, seconded by Counselor Long. Discussion?
Just a
Counselor in
question
seat
on
2.
each of these, if you could just tell us any written objections? I know at the public
No.
meeting there were no objections.
We received no objections.
No,
No
on
written.
none of them?
Motion to adopt item 16 has been made by Counselor Stephen Kamara, seconded by Counselor Long. Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Take items
Motion
17 to 20.
Opposed? Item 16? The ayes have it. Motion to take items 17 through 20 has been
Second.
made by Counselor Joseph Kamara, seconded by Counselor Kadim. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Madam
Motion to
Clerk?
adopt? Second.
Motion to adopt after reading items 17 through 20 have been made by Counselor Joseph Kamara, seconded by Counselor Kadim. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
Have Gabby Rami at 121 Garfield Street for a total of 29.6 feet of curbing. Johnny Torres at 1169 Newhall Street for a total of 40 feet of curbing. Odette Costa at 75 Oak Street for a total of 30 feet 11 inches. And Kevin Santos, 737 Robeson Street for a total of 27 feet.
Thank you.
And
No
the police
opposition
chief's
to any of
report.
those? No opposition.
Motion to adopt the police chief's report would be appropriate. It has been made by
Sec-
Counselor Kilby,
Second.
seconded by Counselor Kadim. Discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
We have a number of claims.
Refer to Corporation Council?
Motion to refer to Corporation Council has been made by Counselor Kadim, seconded by Counselor Kilby. Discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Opposed? The ayes have it.
Have minutes of the Committee on Finance
Motion
meeting
to
held on
approve.
January 22nd.
Motion to approve the Committee on Finance minutes have been made by Counselor Kadim, seconded by Counselor Kilby. Discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Opposed? The ayes have it.
Have a communication from DEP regarding the issuance of Chapter 91 waterway license.
Accept and place on file?
Motion to accept and place on file has been made by Counselor Kadim, seconded by Counselor Long. Discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
Whereas Riverview Towers today provides a vital mixed-income community for 200 families, elderly, disabled, and veteran households, affordable to a wide range of low, moderate, and market-rate tenants, and whereas the 40-year state Section 13A mortgage that has kept rents affordable at Riverview Towers expired on March 1st, 2018, and whereas Riverview Towers has been purchased by a new owner who has announced plans to raise rents to high market levels, displacing most tenants unless a housing preservation plan is in place. Whereas current tenants are protected from rent increases greater than 3%, plus inflation for the next 2 years by Chapter 40T, after which rents will be raised to high market rents. And whereas of current tenants, an estimated 87 former Section 13A basic rent tenants are paying as much as 60% of their income to rent and are at great risk of displacement when the 40T rent limits end. Whereas in 2018, the Riverview Towers Tenants Association supported the proposal by the Fall River Housing Authority to offer up 150 project-based vouchers for a preservation plan, later withdrawn, which would have protected current tenants from displacement and preserved affordable housing at Riverview Towers, while guaranteeing the owner full market rents. And whereas the Tenants Association proposes to revive this plan to offer the new owner market rents paid by sufficient subsidies from city and state sources to prevent displacement and preserve affordable housing, including project-based vouchers from the Fall River Housing Authority as voucher funds become available, and/or the State Department of Housing and Community Development, augmented by additional capital loans from city, mass housing, and/or DHCD sources.
Want us to waive the reading, Madam Clerk?
Excuse me?
Want us to waive the reading, the rest of the resolution?
It's only a couple more paragraphs.
There's another page, Mr. President.
Start that over again.
You're doing a great job.
You're doing great. We'll get you a resolution after this.
And whereas use
Can
of
you repeat yourself on that?
PPPs to save at-risk 13A housing is an innovative approach that provides Fall River an opportunity for statewide leadership on the 13A crisis. Now therefore be it resolved that the Fall River City Council support Riverview Towers Tenants Association's goals of preserving Riverview Towers.
Motion to
as-
adopt the resolution.
Motion to adopt the resolution has been,
I'd like to move to add a friendly amendment.
motion to,
Oh, my God.
motion
I
to,
withdraw my motion.
motion to approve and adopt the resolution has been made by Councilor Joseph Kamara, seconded by Councilor Kadim. Discussion? Councilor in seat 2, the resolution. Councilor in seat 2, the sponsor of the resolution, Councilor Kamara.
Yeah, no, I mean, listen, I went to a meeting, I was invited to a meeting, and they asked if I could sponsor the resolution just to bring the owner of the building to the table with the tenants and the representative from the state that was here, so that they can come to a compromise. I think they can work out a solution. Up until that meeting, the owner refused to meet with the tenants, did not want to discuss anything with them other than their rents were going to go up. So I think now he's more willing to discuss what the solutions might be. And all we want to do is have a hearing. We'll have it. Madam Clerk, if you want to schedule that, I'll schedule it for Wednesday at 6 o'clock. Not tomorrow, but next week. And then we can notify everyone, and give them ample time to be there. I think Wednesday, 6 o'clock works.
And that's going to be referring to the Committee on Health, Human Services,
Correct.
Housing, Youth, and Elder Affairs.
Correct.
And I believe the clerks have all the contact information for the folks that were here this evening. Motion to adopt that has been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
Mr. President,
We have one more item before us.
just
One more.
before moving it, is that
We have
the
one more
other
item,
potential
Councilor.
matter?
Nope, we have one more item before us.
Because I'd like to move on reconsideration after that.
On what item?
On the,
It's a curveball,
excuse me, it's on the environmental protection issuance of Chapter 91 waterway licenses.
What item?
The acceptance place on file?
Number 24.
Item number 24, you want to,
I just want to move to reconsider. If you want to do this first, and then I'll ask for that reconsideration.
move to reconsider item 24 has been made by Councilor Stephen Kamara. It's appropriate that he can do that, correct? He was of the, okay, prevailing, yep. Motion to reconsider has been made by Councilor Stephen Kamara. Is there a second?
Second.
Yeah, there's a
Councilor, seconded by Councilor Kadim. Councilor in seat 3, Councilor.
I just don't want us to get caught up in another, we didn't read it and understand it. In looking at it, this is filling some tidelands, and it's also creating a layover station for the train, it appears. That would include construction very close to North Main Street. So I'm not, I consider this to be a significant change of that neighborhood, to have a train layover station at that location, so I think it deserves at least some attention.
Would you like to refer it?
So, first of all, I'd like support to reconsider.
Yep.
And then, if there is support to reconsider, I would then move to probably Public Works and Transportation.
Motion to reconsider has been made and seconded. Any further discussion on the motion only to reconsider? Has been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
I'd like to move this item to Public Works and Transportation.
Motion to refer to Public Works and Transportation, item 24, has been made by Councilor Stephen Kamara, seconded by
Second.
Councilor Long. Discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Opposed? The ayes have it.
Committee on Finance, at a meeting held on January 19th, voted unanimously to recommend the accompanying resolution be adopted. Be it resolved that the capital improvement plan presented on January 16th, 2019 is hereby approved by the City Council.
Motion to adopt.
Motion to adopt has been made by Councilor Kadim, seconded by Councilor Long. Discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Opposed? The ayes have it.
Motion adjourned?
Before we adjourn, Councilor in seat 4, Councilor Kilby.
Well, I'd just like to say before we adjourn, we've had a couple of meetings where Councilor Kadim, I think, has done an outstanding job. And I almost teared up halfway through the meeting when he states that his colleagues, get tired of hearing him talking and things like that. I, for one, don't. So I don't know if it'd make a motion that we award Councilor Kadim the most valuable counselor thus far in this two-year term, so I'd like my support on that.
I think you should file a resolution,
I
Counselor.
accept it and I'll give it my speech.
Motion to adjourn. Thank you, Counselor. Has been made by Counselor Kadim, seconded by Counselor Long. All those in favor?
Thank you.
The ayes have it. Good night.